Reconnection successful. Yeah. Ugh. Okay. I don't know if that's going to split the VOD or not. We will see. Oh, hold on. All right. Love it. Great. Great. Probably will split the VOD. Oh, man. 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 Hi, Cubert. Welcome. Hold on. I just want to see if that split the VOD or not. Uh, yep, totally did. Totally did. OBS loves making me download things from Twitch. And see, here's the thing. Here's the problem I was having to reset my stream. No, OBS crashed. OBS crashed because it's such a fantastic piece of software. Because OBS is like, oh my God, Cell, you have two Chrome windows up, and one of them is minimized, and you have VC Face working, and you're streaming on OBS. That's too much. Your computer is only very high specs. Okay, what am I thinking? What do I think I'm doing? I'm so mad. Sorry. I just like spent 2 hours last night trying to export Medieval Dynasty 17 in Premiere. I downloaded it. When you download these files from Twitch, they are each like the first first hour of that stream. Hold on, I need to make sure I minimize this Chrome window. Um I like try to so when you download the VODs from Twitch, the first hour of the VOD was like 1 gig. The second and third hours after the VOD was split, the second VOD, which is 2 hours long, 3 hours total stream, that was about roughly. The second half, then the 2 hour portion, hour two and three, is 2 gigs, right? Makes sense. First hour, 1 gig. Hours two and three is 2 gigs. Sure, 1 gig per hour. Seems pretty reasonable. Okay, then you put both halves of the VOD into Premiere. First one, you stick the second one. You just stick them in back to back, and you go to export. Also, we have ads now because did we just have ads half an hour ago? Yes, we did, but we restarted the stream, so we get even more ads. Hooray! Nothing I can do about that. Um, so the problem then is that once you put these videos into Premiere, right, and then you try to export them from Premiere, the exported combined video. See, for me, if I'm doing math, I'm like, okay, 1 gig plus 2 gigs is 3 gigs. The exported video should be 3 gigs, right? Oh wow, look, there's a little go live message from Stream Elements. That's great, Stream Elements. I think you're a little bit late. Anyway, that should be 3 gigs, right? And if you're like, oh, well, maybe, the Premiere coding and stuff might be a little bit more. Okay, like 4 gigs, 5 gigs, even maybe six, right? Maybe even 10 gigs, right? 3 gigs starting material, but then you put it and you like, you have a combined VOD. Okay, yeah, maybe like again, the encoding could be a little bit more. Okay, 10, changing 3 to 10 is a little bit much, like 7 gigs of encoding. That's oh, okay, sure, but fine. No, 58. 58 gigs. The combined VOD is 58. When you download it, it's 3. But then when you combine them in Premiere and export it, it's 58 gigs. Like, what the hell? And so that drives me a little crazy. I don't like it. And it's really it's it's funny but not for me. No, because then I have to like manage my storage on my computer, especially because then when the export fails, but yet I still have a like 60 gig file sitting there, and I'm like, well, it tells me it's 58 and I need to have 58 room on my computer, but then it ends up being a little bit more for some reason. I don't know why it's more than they expected. I don't know how they accidentally needed even more room, but whatever. Um and so it's like roughly around like 60 some gigs. And it's still there. And like once the export fails. And then I'm like, okay, fine, but like I can't watch it or anything. It's just 60 gigs of like failed file that they, you know, failed to do at the very last minute. So I'm like, fine. Okay, so then I have to delete it and start over. And each export takes like half an hour. And so I spent like 2, 3 hours working on that. Yeah, honestly, no, like yeah, 3 hours, like 3.5 hours, I think actually when I'm thinking how many times I went through that. Yeah, 3.5 hours just exporting the video. And then of course it took like 5 hours, I think, to um upload to YouTube. And it's like, but OBS is doing this a lot. Yeah, when normally, if OBS doesn't crash, I could just be like, export to YouTube, bam, done. That's all I have to do to get it to YouTube. But OBS crashes, and Twitch used to be better about not splitting the VOD, but for some reason now Twitch is like, no, no, but you were offline for like 20 seconds. Obviously, you meant there to be two separate VODs. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I want one VOD, please. And they're like, no. It's also really hard because it skews some of your data analytics as well, because like it's hard to see like how many views there are for the videos because in your stream, like the analytics page, it doesn't count them as separate videos. It counts them as one video and it tells you how many views you had, but the view count's not correct. Um because like it's using the views from both videos, even if like one person was here the whole time, then it counts as two views, and so like it's not. I don't know. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. And like I wish I could make OBS not crash, but I don't know why it's crashing because at this point there's no reason. All I have up is VC Face, right? Which is honestly not that draining on the computer. VTube Studio is way more draining than VC Face is. And then I have OBS up. I do have the Monument Mythos incognito window. One window of a Chrome browser up. And I know Chrome takes a lot, but dude, not that much. One Chrome window up that is up, not minimized. It's just not the front. Uh, I have OBS open in front of it, but it's not minimized. And then I have Twitch, a Twitch window open, and that is minimized because I can't have it up. Because if I have it up, it's really hard for my computer to handle. So that one's minimized. And I do have one other Chrome window open, but that's all I have. Chrome is not worse than like Medieval Dynasty. Medieval Dynasty is way more demanding than a single Chrome window. Come on. Come on. I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. Man, I sucks. I'm so annoyed. And it always does this. And it's like only once per stream. And it's always like somewhere from like 40 minutes to uh and see like in OBS is like, what do you mean? This you've been streaming for 45 minutes now. And I'm like, uh-huh, but have you looked at my stream on Twitch? 8 minutes. And OBS says like, no, nothing happened. No, no. We disconnected and reconnected real fast. And it's like, no, no. Twitch didn't. And honestly, maybe that's like a Twitch thing. Maybe I'm also should be mad at Twitch because like OBS is like, nah, you've been streaming the whole time. We had a little blip where you disconnected, but like it's the same stream. But Twitch is like, no, two separate streams, absolutely. There were like 20 seconds where you were streaming. So two separate streams. Like when the program fit blips near the same times. I mean, it's like always like 30 minutes to an hour and 10 minutes. So like it is a like pretty big window, but like I usually don't have a crash toward the end of a stream, right? It's almost always like around an hour in, to the point where a lot of times it's like either I only played the game for 10 minutes or it's like right before I was going to switch over to the game. Because like I was about to switch over to the game in like a few minutes. Or not the game, we're not gaming today, but the videos. I was about to switch over in like a few minutes when it crashed. And that makes me really mad because like at that point I'm like, well, should I just not have the little chatting part at the beginning in? It's kind of silly, not really worth it for the VOD, really. It's. But then I'm like, yeah, but then I don't have my starting soon screen, which I use to make sure people keep interest. Not like that it really helps because I don't really have many people watching my VODs, but in theory, can act as a hook. But I'm like so freaking annoyed. Like it just makes me so I don't and I like wish there were a way to fix it. But the only way to fix it is like OBS just be better. Be better. Um But it's like I feel like OBS is gaslighting me into being like, "What do you mean? I am better. The problem is your computer, Cell." And it's like, "What's the problem with my computer?" Like all of my specs are fine. They're fine. Like I have really good stuff. Nothing is being over pushed, especially right now. It's different if I have like a game open. Maybe you could say the computer temperature, but my computer right now is not that hot. I don't even have all the fans running on it. I can feel it right now and hear it. Not all the fans are on in there in its insides. So it's really not overheating. So I don't know what OBS's deal is. I guess it must be a connection issue, but like there's no reason for like it'd be different if it were crashing frequently throughout like a single stream. But it's just like once. It's just like once. And like I don't know how to make OBS not do that. Or I wish I could tell Twitch like, "Hey, if I'm down for less than a minute, don't split the VOD." It used to not do that. I think you used to have a minute before Twitch split the VOD. And it would be like, oh, there was like just an error in your stream. That's fine. Like clearly just some technical difficulties. And you had, I think it was like a minute. But apparently it's not the case anymore because I definitely was not down for a full minute just then, for sure. So like that one I'm pretty certain I was not down for a full minute. So I like it's definitely like it just splits it. Like I haven't had a single time when it's crashed that, and I say crash, it's not even true. It just disconnected. Like sometimes it does straight up just crash, but most of these recent crashes have just been OBS disconnecting. Just I can't I hate these split VODs, man. It's so much work. It's so much work. And like I have to have the window up and I have to like not be doing much on my computer to make sure that like it's able to upload to YouTube. But the problem is that I have to do it at night. And it's like, oh yeah, at night you like it cold when you sleep? Well, don't worry, your computer will be overheating and powering that really heating up that room for you. And it's like that's great. That's great. I love it. I love it. Cold and heat are the same thing. I love it. I'm just freaking I'm just freaking so mad. Anyway, let's watch the video. Anyway, like I was saying, America is making me sad today. So let's watch more America. Because I said I would, but boy, am I not in the mood for it today. So, but I said I would, and this is the most appropriate time to watch it before 4th of July. So we're watching it. But, mm, I'm, I'm like so over the government right now, and people. I'm also very over people. Like I was kind of saying, it bothers me when the issue with people is not a lack of correct information or they have misinformation or a lack of logic and reasoning skills. It's when the problem is they just do not view everyone as human and deserving of the same rights as them. That's like you're like, "Oh, but you're treating people as less than human." And they're like, "Yes. Yes, I am." And it's like, "Well, what can you do about that?" So it makes me so sad. So sad. Anyway, Corner Girl is our first
Now let's
video.
learn about the sides and corners of different shapes. A side or an edge is
I'm
a
also
line
really hungry
segment that
today.
joins two adjacent corners of a shape. A corner or vertex is the point where the two sides connect.
Alex based Riley Tilly on me. What's that pause over there? She was luggage.
Let's look at this triangle. It has three sides.
Luggage is so easy to lose.
1, 2, 3.
There's a helicopter flying
It
by
also has
outside.
3 corners.
Wait, what did
1,
that say?
1.
I can see why there's...
It also has 3 corners.
Watch the corners. Oh, okay.
1,
Sincerely, Alex's inspiration.
2, 3.
Behold, a Boost
Okay.
Mobile Unlimited plan at a price that never goes up.
$25 a month.
All right. Maze movie maker. But maze with an I is how it's spelled. I don't know if you can see that. No, that part's cut off. Anyway, maze with an I, like the corn. Man, I'm hungry. I don't have any good food in my apartment. That didn't involve like a lot of cooking, and it's one of those times where like I'm kind of too hungry to like cook anything. Uh, so I just like ate a bunch of Chex Mix from the box. And I just kind of scooped up with my hands, like Mom Donnie eating the rice. And that's what I have for dinner because I'm was too hungry to cook anything. And like I wanted cereal with milk, but I'm out of milk. And I was also too lazy to go to Whole Foods grab some milk. So it's my bad. Um but and then I was like, oh, I do have some like microwavable bacon, but the problem is I need paper towels to make it in the microwave, and I don't have paper towels either. Uh so because I would also need to go to the market for that. And I kind of just didn't want to go to the market the day before the 4th of July, you know? I don't even know if it'd be that bad, but now I'm just gonna have to go tomorrow because like I'm like keep thinking like can I maybe not can I go with like just eating dry cereal for a couple days and like you know I can make eggs. The problem is I'm just still too hungry. I'm like I'm gonna keep being too hungry to make things till I make something. I just don't want to, but I have nothing quick to eat, easy to eat. I have to like actually cook everything, and I don't want to do it. It's very sad. It's very tragic. I'm just hungry. I'm just a hungry person. Why are they talking about breakfast? I'm so hungry. Popcorn. I'm so hungry. Okay, we gotta turn this down. Oh, wait. Sorry, I was a bee. Popcorn. Oh my gosh. Popcorn Prime is the fastest personal computer on Earth. Oh, okay. It's not food. The computer. That's great. Maize. It's also food. Maize manufacturing plants. Some plants you can eat. Oh, that one's in Arizona. Utah? No, yeah, Utah. Wyoming? North Dakota. South Dakota. Maybe Nebraska. No. Missouri. Arkansas. Alabama. Or wait, that might be Mississippi. Oh, no, and West Alabama probably. North Carolina, maybe? Or no, Georgia. It's like, wait, hold on. This is like, feels like it's like right where South Carolina meets Georgia meets North Carolina, right? This is Virginia. And this is Pennsylvania? No, wait. For some reason, this coast is really hard for me to read. Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, Pennsylvania. I think very close to the border of Pennsylvania and New York. I'm actually not really sure which one it is. Anyway, that was a fun map quiz.
Consumer Product Safety Commission wanted to know about the mandatory recall of all personal computers. Personal computers may pose a risk to American lives and infrastructure.
What?
Properly disposing your computer at a local hazardous tech collection center.
Fourth Amendment rights do not apply.
To us.
Safety is the most important to us. Hold on a second. Okay. I was trying to figure out what they mean by Fourth Amendment rights. So I guess it means that they can search you, or I guess they can seize a computer. It can search and seizure. So I guess I was trying to see how it's worded, but I didn't find the exact wording because Google like AI to tell you everything. I'm sorry, what did it say? I'm not focused today. Maze Machines is founded by Rob Careers and, oh, it's like Steve Jobs. Two Robs. 1969, President Dean establishes the Department of Technology, uniting all major American computer corporations and allocating billions of dollars toward technological advancement.
Now this delegation pays him this ovation and rises to its feet.
Is that President Dean? By 1970, Maze produces the first personal video camera and home computer. Ahoy hoy. Okay. In 1972, Maze collaborates with the Department of Defense to initiate the first system to control the true forces of mass destruction, TFMD. Project Horned Serpent. Okay. In 1980, Maze is attacked. Also, wait, I don't, that map, going back to that map here, right? I don't fully, oh, is it like a thing where they're like making it look like a snake and that's why they're putting them in those places? Because that doesn't make sense, especially the order like you would put them in. Like, you wouldn't necessarily like put one right next to the other. You would like kind of space them out a little bit more. You might have the one that's in like Missouri and maybe two in California, sure, maybe even the one in Arizona. But then like after you get through those first three, you would then like maybe put one in the one in Wyoming and then the one in Missouri and or maybe probably not even the one in Wyoming, maybe like the one in Virginia and then the one, you know, one on each coast and then Missouri, one for the center, and then maybe Wyoming and then the one in that the Alabama Mississippi border, you know, at the very bottom, you know, like you put them in like spread them out and then fill in the gaps in between, right? Like it feels weird that you would like inch them along in order. It's not like laying railroad tracks. They're just manufacturing plants. So it's kind of weird, I think, that they did it like that. But also the shape, especially with Project Horn Serpent, I don't know if they're calling it that because it's very much a serpentine shape, but uh it feels like maybe they're building it like that as like a ritual. In 1990, the last American personal computer is shut down on national television. Oh, it's like that Toodaloo. Aww. In 2000, we've learned from our mistakes. Control is confidence, and today there are no doubts. With Maze Movie Maker, now you can take control. Maze. Property of Maze. Exploring under a maze factory. Okay, just fire exits. But first, we spread the word. Beware of the monuments, they are all connected. Yes. So true. The military-industrial complex grows. Yes, would love to get rid of that thing. Or shrink it back a little, you know? The cave was very quiet and humid. Yeah, I'm like, what the heck is that? The cave. It is a very wet cave. Oh, fossil. The air felt charged too. There were no light fixtures or any pieces of equipment. It kind of looks like a throat with how like wet, glistening wet it is. No animals, not even bugs. Yeah, felt so empty. Yeah, that's a bad sign. You should get out of there. What happened here? Good question. Best not stick around and find out. Unless you're doing a little investigative reporting or so, you know. Then I guess that's the whole point. But that doesn't look good. Do not visit these sites. They have not been fed in years. What sites? Like, they're making it seem like they're talking about the monuments, but like we're talking about these maze labs and stuff. Alright, let's get rid of this Amazon ad. Suez Canal, March 2021. Alright. I remember this. Ever Given. What's their take on it gonna be? Whoop, uh-oh, it's stuck. March 23rd at 7:44 a.m. April 6th, 2021. President Clinton, oh yeah, President Clinton announces nuclear solution. For the last 2 weeks. Oh, I guess the idea is that she won in 2016 and then got 8 years because this is in 2021. So they're assuming she won in 2016 most likely, and then also in 2020. I'm assuming. For the last 2 weeks, the container ship Ever Given has obstructed the Suez Canal. With every passing hour, it is costing the global economy over $400 million. At the request of the Egyptian president, the United States will end the crisis with nuclear force. Both Congress and the United Nations Security Council have approved the use of a small thermonuclear weapon on the Suez Canal, several miles from the Ever Given's location. The blast itself will not reach the ship. However, the waves generated are expected to dislodge the Ever Given from its present position. That is so extreme. Evacuations of the cities along the waterway are in progress. That's so overkill. Dude. How is this a world where James Dean is president, Hillary wins 2016, yet they literally use like a nuclear bomb to get Twitter machine, the nuclear weapon to get rid of the Ever Given? Like, where did the Ever Given go? Ship disappeared according to officials. It got up and left. Why is everyone confused? Remember the ship that was struck in the Suez Canal? It just disappeared. Whoa! Look at it walking on its little legs. I don't like it. The Americans just released a monster. Well, it was clogging up the canal regardless. Nobody asked for a sequel to the Attack of the Crab Monsters. The Americans destroyed Suez Canal and released the demon. Great. So is the ship alive, or is there something underneath it? April 11th, 2021. Suez Canal crab will not be destroyed, says UN Security Council. The crab cannot be eliminated without causing great damage to the Ever Given. In this day and age, the world is unprepared for loss of cargo of such magnitude. Wait. Therefore, the Suez Canal crab will not be destroyed. Wait, what is... Why can we not get rid of the Ever Given? At this time, no containers will be lifted from the ship since the low-flying aircraft will cause the organism to ambulate unsteadily. In hopes of returning the Ever Given back to the sea, efforts are underway to carefully manipulate the crab's route through Egypt. Fascinating. Barricade 1. Barricade 2. Dude, that crab is not stopping for nothing. Cairo. He just wants to visit Cairo. Dr. Disturbing presents.
Hello. Okay, Linda, tell me what you think about the tower.
Oh, sorry, these captions are going to be off screen. Linda, tell me what you think about the tower. It's your first visit here, so what do you think about the tower?
It was a really good tower. It was very interesting.
It was a really good tower.
It gave you a really good sense of how busy Cairo is, so I really enjoyed it.
That was terrific. It was really great to get kind of a sense of the scale of the city.
Why does that
It's kind
guy
of
give, like,
difficult to do that
Liam O'Brien
when you're
vibes?
walking around down on the street.
It's a breathtaking view, and it really gives you a terrific perspective of the whole city. And I loved it up there. I spent a couple of hours up on the top.
Spectrum Mobile helps us stay connected because when I'm on the road, we can't go to bed without seeing each other's face.
Yep. The 2021 Cairo Tower Stampede.
Due to evacuations around the Suez Canal, millions traveled to Cairo in search of housing. In response to this migration, many building capacity limits for popular attractions were inflated. The Cairo Tower, one of the tallest buildings in Egypt, had its own recommended capacity limit increased from 700 persons to 1,000.
April 16th, 2021. This is my birthday.
On the evening of April 16th, 2021, upwards of 1,200 visitors toured the Cairo Tower at once. Although concerns of overcrowding
1,000.
had been raised by several staff members,
You already
the building
expanded
manager
it.
dismissed their comments. Since the
700 to
Suez Canal
1,000.
crab
That's way
would be
more-
passing by
even
later
more.
in the evening, he also encouraged visitors to enter the upper levels of the tower, as that would provide a better vantage point.
But the crab
At
will
8
probably
p.m.,
smash
the
into the
Suez
tower.
Canal crab was observed to have turned toward the Cairo Tower and
Yeah.
proceeded to approach. Despite an alert sent out by the Egyptian government for civilians to immediately vacate structures in the crab's path, most visitors ignored the warning and stayed on the upper levels of the
Are they
Cairo Tower
stupid?
as it came near. At 8:15 p.m., the Suez Canal crab was seen to have stumbled, and in an attempt to regain its balance, crashed into one side of the Cairo Tower, killing over 200 people. The resulting tremors that traversed the building damaged its staircases and elevator systems beyond repair. The cascade of shipping containers from the Ever Given, knocked forward by the momentum of the initial stumble, lasted for over 2 minutes, as an estimated 800 containers broke from their locks and pushed forward an additional 1,000 containers. As all 1,800 containers tumbled down through the building, the structural integrity of the Cairo Tower rapidly diminished. Falling debris and containers are reported to have killed over 800 visitors. At 8:19 p.m., the Cairo Tower fully collapsed, dragging the immobilized Suez Canal crab into the ground. In total, only 39 of the 1,189 visitors of the Cairo Tower survived. 2 of the 15 staff members escaped to safety, including the building manager. None of the 6 security guards survived. Although paramedics and police officers had arrived shortly before the Cairo Tower's collapse, the visibly unstable tower prompted them to collect survivors on the ground and retreat to a safe distance. At 8:41 p.m., a hazardous waste collection team and soldiers of the Egyptian ground forces arrived to contain survivors within mobile quarantine chambers. Due to fears of a potential contagion contracted from the Suez Canal crab, all civilians in the vicinity were placed in quarantine under the authority of Egypt's military in collaboration with the Ministry of Health. Upon impact with the ground, the Suez Canal crab and the Ever Given separated. The large wounds caused by the separation discharged thousands of gallons of seawater and bodily fluids. The hazardous waste collection team and soldiers attempted to plug the gushing lesions. However, survivors report that their efforts were mostly futile due to the team's inability to stay standing on the slippery ground. With the number of accidental falls among the troops on the increasingly wet ground, the Egyptian army diverted its focus from closing wounds on the Suez Canal crab to evacuation efforts. By midnight, the civilian population within a 3-mile radius of the fallen Cairo Tower had been
That's a
completely
pretty building.
evacuated.
I mean, without the destruction. April 17th, 2021, 2 days prior.
On the morning of April 17th, Egyptian authorities publicly announced that the Suez Canal crab had fallen in Cairo and laid in a vegetative state. Although the Cairo exclusion zone was primarily intended to prevent any media coverage of the crab and the surrounding destruction, several journalists managed to record footage of the site through the assistance of private helicopter pilots. By 8 a.m., clips of the crab were trending on Twitter. Members of the Anti-Device Association attributed the severity of the disaster to the development of intelligent devices, specifically Twitter machines. They reasoned that due to the popularity of Twitter in America, the Ever Given was overstocked with T-machines.
Wait, sorry, what? The Ever Given was overstocked T-machines. We should have nuked the ship.
Which weighed the ship down and consequently caused the initial obstruction.
I was wondering. I was like, what is the cargo that they're not willing to damage? And it was Twitter.
The Suez Canal. On Twitter, the ADA released a vicious string of messages criticizing Twitter, Hillary Clinton, and Egypt, along with images of the Suez Canal crab, photos of scattered goods that had...
I just had a horror idea. Not of like a horror thing, but of just like imagine if all the social media like platforms, like kind of we went backwards. Instead of having everything be on your phone, imagine they like decided to move a new marketing plan towards selling individual devices. You have an Instagram like device. You have a different device for Twitter. You have a different device for TikTok, and a different device for YouTube, and a different device for Twitch. And they sell each of those devices for like $100, which like sounds cheap, but not really, considering like it was free before. And maybe even like $200, like depending on how much they think they can get people to pay, you know, to be like in the loop on all these socials. And then like slowly, you know, they like stop like having apps on phones, and phones literally go back to being just like what you can use to call people. You know, imagine even texting goes to like its own platform and its own device, and the phone is literally just used to call people like like a proper old-fashioned telephone. Imagine that. Also, isn't it crazy that like I say phone, you know, and like I'm like, oh, you know, it's all it is a phone, and it's like, well, but now I can say all it is a phone, but like phones just do so much more than what a phone is. And I'm like, no, I mean like just a phone. But that doesn't, our definition of a phone is no longer the same as like an old-fashioned like rotary phone, a device used specifically for calling people, you know, like through voice. Well, like what? Like, isn't that crazy that I can't even just say like, you know, like, oh, our phones will only be phones. Like, it makes sense, and obviously everyone knows what I'm talking about, but at the same time, like, it's crazy that like there's not a new word for our sort of phones, you know, like I mean I guess it's the cell phone, but they can still be cell phones, these like, you know, old-fashioned phones. You know, they're just used for calling, making calls, voice calls. I don't know. I think it's crazy.
Had fallen out of the shipping containers became a popular topic of discussion. One image of a sports car resting on top of debris would be retweeted by the ADA with the caption, "The Cairo exclusion zone is a conspiracy to keep goods in Egypt. The American people have been robbed." The tweet was shared by over 10 million users. Taking notice, the ADA followed up with tweets suggesting that an Egyptian soldier had driven home the sports car in the image, and that the goods needed to be rescued by their rightful owners. The ADA deemed April 19th as Finders Keepers Day and urged all Americans to travel to Egypt to obtain the goods left by the fallen Suez Canal crab.
Go to Egypt, reclaim your property.
Overnight, an estimated 12,000 flights to Cairo were booked by American citizens.
April 18th.
Although a few trespassers had been apprehended in the Cairo exclusion zone, officials did not foresee any further disruptions at the site. Medical personnel attended to survivors in the quarantine chambers. Soldiers cleared rubble and attempted to control the spread of the Suez Canal crab's bodily fluids. By 5 a.m. on April 19th, approximately 20 million gallons had been contained through aerial drops of sawdust and an extensive effort to mop the premises. Although several officials discussed a plan to lay down military-grade mats to enable the hazardous material collection team to walk up to the crab for closer analysis, it was ultimately decided that no further action would be taken until the following evening, as it was believed that the midday sun would evaporate most of the fluid.
They put these ads in some of these videos.
From relieving roughness
I don't know
to
that you
soothing
should.
skin, there's before
I don't
and there's
think people are in the right mindset to actually appreciate your company. April 19th, Stampede.
At 12 p.m., over 12,000 Americans gathered in front of the gated entrance of the Cairo exclusion zone. 4,000 Egyptian police officers and soldiers stood behind the perimeter to guard the exclusion zone from trespassers. At 12:03 p.m., violence erupted when an American shot a police officer in the face. Consequently, tear gas was used on the raging mob.
Of course it was.
Tanks and heat rays arrived shortly afterwards to deter any trespassers. However, by 12:10 p.m., the front entrance gates of the Cairo exclusion zone collapsed from the force of the charging crowd. Informed of the approaching Americans, medical personnel and survivors at the epicenter began to vacate the premises. By 12:43 p.m., the first Americans were seen by officials at the epicenter. Although the wet ground was expected to significantly slow their approach, several citizens had arrived earlier than anticipated since they had utilized car hubcaps to slide quickly across the ground. With no law enforcement at the scene, the American citizens began to collect fallen goods and pry open shipping containers. Popular goods included furniture, firearms, processed food, tea machines, bars of gold, automobiles, and designer clothing. As Americans continued to arrive at the epicenter, more injuries from accidental falls were observed. Concussions and broken arms were the most common injuries during the initial break-in. At 1 p.m., several fights broke out over a Ford pickup truck that had rolled out from a container and crushed a family. 3 aggressors were shot by a man who had found a rifle. The conflict fueled an unpleasant atmosphere,
fascinating that,
with
like,
more
the
instances of gun violence as time went on. One notable incident saw the discovery of a container of firearms by a group of young children. The accidental firing of an automatic weapon by one child prompted the intervention of their parents and other adults. The resulting verbal argument escalated quickly and broke out into a full-scale gunfight with over 14 armed subjects, including the children. Another fight erupted after the discovery of a deluxe barbecue grill, which 13 Americans had simultaneously called dibs on when the item was pulled out of a shipping container. All 13 Americans died from gun-related wounds. When the last wave of the 12,000 Americans had entered the epicenter, overcrowding ensured that the accidental fall of one individual would trigger a continuous series of additional falls. Without any open space for the midday sunlight to reach the wet ground, the bodily fluid had no time to evaporate, and the number of falls steadily increased. At around 1:30 p.m., one of the posterior legs of the Suez Canal crab twitched and incited panic in a nearby crowd. As Americans attempted to flee, many fell on the slippery ground and were trampled by those rushing behind them. By 1:33 p.m., the screams of the panicked crowd had reached a deafening volume, reportedly being heard over 5 miles away. Due to the reinforcement of the Cairo exclusion zone's gates and orders from the Ministry of Health to prevent exclusion zones being heard over 5 miles away.
By 1:56 p.m., a few hundred Americans had returned.
Due to the reinforcement of the Cairo exclusion zone's gates and orders from the Ministry of Health to prevent any American citizen from leaving the exclusion zone, the massive crowds were kept inside the 3-mile radius of the epicenter, held in place by an orderly line of tanks that flanked the entirety of the zone's perimeter. The gates stood for over 6 hours as Americans ran from the epicenter. Many soldiers became ill at the sight of injuries caused by the thousands of bodies being crushed into the metal bars. By 7:15 p.m., everyone within a half-mile of the gate had perished from extreme pressure. Heat exhaustion, accidental falls, and gun violence were also major causes of death. The Cairo
If they're gonna
exclusion
die
zone
from
gates
being
were
like
opened
barricaded
at
at a
8
concert,
p.m.
they should have at
Soldiers
least
searched
had a
for the
concert.
remaining survivors. Of the over 12,000 Americans who had arrived, only 944 survived.
Whoa, that's a huge
77
tragedy.
of the American survivors were found kneeling around the Suez Canal crab and claimed to have been promised from a deity that they would survive if they prayed to the crab. However, none of them could account for the remains of dead worshippers that littered the ground around them. They would later establish the Church of the Ever Given during their stay at a local hospital. Howard Melrose, an American journalist permitted to visit the Cairo exclusion zone the day after the stampede, said of the site, "It looked like something from a medieval painting. All of their bodies were jammed into each other. Everyone became one."
I was like, why does it sound like he likes it? Cairo Exclusion Zone is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Okay, next. Hold on, what is this? Dean disaster. Okay, I'm still having trouble reading this DEA and D business. I keep wanting to read this. I'm like D and disaster. This D I want to be part of and part of the next word. And it's like not how that works. Dean disaster. I don't know what happens to President Dean. James Dean. Story of America's worst TV hijacking.
During a broadcast of ABC Evening News, anchor Frank Reynolds told viewers to be prepared for tomorrow and that they would witness the start of a glorious adventure. Word spread quickly throughout the country, and civilians invited friends and family to their homes in anticipation of the next day. Although no details of this glorious adventure were known, it was widely presumed to be another exciting TV announcement from President James Dean. Watching parties were organized in living rooms across America, and on the
it's just
evening
weird
of
to call
May
it an
13,
adventure, you know?
1969, after the ABC Evening News ended, televisions were closely watched with millions of unblinking eyes. No one wanted to miss what President Dean had to say.
I didn't go to college right after high school, and now I have this fantastic opportunity. And to anyone else that also didn't go, I would say...
James Dean's America is hell.
What is this North Korean propaganda?
Believe us. You'll hear the truth from James Dean himself.
James Dean, are you okay?
Immediately following the broadcast, air raid sirens activated across all 50 states. The sirens blared at a far greater volume than usual and burst the eardrums of every civilian within a 4-mile radius. The resulting panic triggered severe overcrowding at bomb shelters and deadly stampedes in the streets. Thousands were trampled and hospitals were overwhelmed within the hour. Fires broke out in all major cities, and cars left running in the streets produced lethal amounts of carbon monoxide, which flowed into poorly ventilated bomb shelters and suburban homes. In Washington, D.C., the White House was placed into lockdown immediately after the TV hijacking, and President Dean was rushed to a maximum security underground bunker. Able to hear the anguished screams of civilians in the streets above, Dean refused to stay in the shelter. When carbon monoxide alarms went off in the bunker, he urged his staff to exit the White House with him and shut off the vehicles left on the roadways. With a phone call, Dean mobilized the National Guard to assist with the deactivation of the millions of parked vehicles across America. Several more phone calls to high-ranking military officials and world leaders revealed that no nuclear missiles had in fact been launched. President Dean soon realized that the air raid sirens had been hijacked by a domestic organization and immediately ordered all forces of the military to disable every active siren in the nation. When military technicians arrived at the location of the sirens, they found that the bodies of prior technicians, who had perished from the combination of stress and the sirens' sheer volume, piled so high as to have formed a ramp to the top of the speakers. The overcrowding of streets by civilians and unaccompanied cars frequently blocked the path of emergency vehicles and prolonged the process of disarming the sirens.
How many cars do you think there are?
Against his
all
advisor's
of
wishes,
everyone
President
in the
Dean
world went
tasked
out to
himself
drive
with the
at the same
deactivation
time.
of an air siren near the White House. Although he would accomplish the task
I feel like
fairly
some roads would
quickly,
be
Dean
overcrowded, but
sustained
others
permanent ear damage and was rendered fully deaf.
Oh no.
The sheer volume had also caused countless blood vessels in his body to burst and produce several abdominal hernias.
Oh no.
His condition was shared among the millions of other Americans who had been near the sirens at the time of their activation. 3 hours would pass before all air raid sirens would be fully disabled. The next morning, at the advice of federal authorities, civilians slowly made their way from the shelters back to their homes. Although some continued to stay in the shelters for fear to their homes.
This kid. I don't know, but that face, man. That face. That's the one.
Although some continued to stay in the shelters for fear of radioactive fallout, most accepted the explanation given by military officials over the radio. There is no nuclear holocaust. A domestic terrorist organization hijacked the sirens of America. The streets were littered with bodies and automobiles. The National Guard handed out blindfolds to the young, sick, and elderly as they exited the shelters to prevent the scenes of bloodshed from causing fainting spells and heart attacks. At the Walt Disney Medical Center, physicians examined President Dean and other members of his staff who helped disarm the sirens. All were diagnosed with severe hearing loss.
It's a shame.
Against his doctor's advice, Dean insisted on issuing a public statement on the traumatic events that had transpired.
I mean, why would he listen to his doctor on that? Obviously,
he
he
wanted to appear on live television. A glance at the mirror discouraged him, as he saw the countless bruises and tears present on his skin due to the intensity of the sirens.
That's a shame.
In coordination with technicians from the Department of Defense,
at least he's, like,
President Dean instead organized a large-scale radio broadcast utilizing the very air raid sirens they had disabled.
I don't know if that's a good idea, if that's like reclamation,
would
or if
announce
it's
on
like
ABC Evening News that Dean would speak through the sirens and that captions would be displayed simultaneously on television for viewers who were hard of hearing.
Which a bunch of people are now after the sirens.
Being a small clinic, we wanted to go next level with our services, so we started looking for the next big
thing. I don't know how small
for...
you are. You have pretty professional looking YouTube ad. Okay. He'll be with you in just a moment. Seal of the President of the United States.
It's Jimmy speaking.
Hi, Jimmy.
I'm sorry. Very sorry for what's come to pass. I wish I could bring back your friends, your family. I want to fix everything. This is not the announcement I planned for. But as you know, there are people who have it in for us. The Anti-Dean Association.
Yeah.
They hijack our systems. They hurt people. The Anti-Dean Association is an anti-American association.
Sounds like it.
I want you to keep an eye out for them. They will not be hard to find because they are very proud of their silly ideas. Find them and bring them to your local authorities. We'll make things right. We have places for people like them. This is Jimmy signing off.
Bye, Jimmy. Have a nice day. You too.
Over the next week, hundreds of thousands of anti-Deaners would be apprehended and sent to correctional facilities around the United States.
Take that, anti-Dean
These
people.
facilities, meant for the anti-American, were aptly located near or at national monuments in order to symbolize a return to American virtues.
I don't think that's why they're there.
Most
I
would
think
stay
they're
for
there to
merely a
feed the
few weeks
monument,
before being released again.
not for symbolizing
Friends and family
nothing.
of rehabilitated anti-Deaners frequently claimed that they would have improved personalities, no recollection of their past criminal activities, and even slightly altered physical appearances.
Wait,
These
so they're like
methods
coming
were so
back?
effective in calming the terrorist that many innocent civilians requested themselves to be sent to these facilities in hopes of radically changing their lives. However, federal authorities would deny any admission to those who were not affiliated with the ADA. During one
You have
address,
to be affiliated with the
President
ADA.
Dean
Easy
acknowledged the
peasy.
high volume of requests from the public.
He will be with you in just a moment. Wait, what's this like business at the top? Is that always there? Oh, I guess it was. I just didn't notice. I don't know why. It just looks wrong.
Hey, it's Jimmy again.
Hi, Jimmy.
A lot of you want to be sent to the same places we're sending those anti-Deaners to. I get it. Those who come out of these places, they look clean as a whistle. But if we send you to those places too, then those correctional facilities lose their purpose.
Do they?
If we send everyone to prison, then what's a prison anymore? This is Jimmy signing off.
Bye, Jimmy. That was kind of an abrupt ending.
On the morning of May 22nd,
must be busy.
9 days after the disaster, President Dean received a state-of-the-art hearing implant from Maze Machines, an up-and-coming tech company. Around noon at the Walt Disney Medical Center, the device was surgically inserted into Dean. The sound quality of the implant and the speedy nature of the surgery inspired Dean to imagine a new government department, which would be able to oversee the mass production and distribution of quality hearing implants to the American public. That evening, President Dean requested an emergency session of Congress and proposed the ambitious project.
I can't hear a damn thing. Did you hear me? I can't hear a damn thing. Neither can you, or you, or you, or you. It doesn't matter whether you were near the sirens or not. None of you are listening. We need to bring together those technology companies to build and send hearing devices that the public needs.
I wonder if
Hearing
that's him or
devices
his implant
that you
talking,
yourself
you know?
need. And through a collaboration with the Department
Because
of
I don't know
Health,
that people need them if...
we can give back to the people what our failures took away. We can let a mother hear her child laugh again. And let a man hear his dog again.
Hear his dog talk to him? That'd be
give
funny.
everyone their hearing again. And who's stopping you? Listen to the public. You're all about deadlines too. So here's one. By July 4th,
that's tomorrow.
I want every American to hear the fireworks.
There's an old Spanish proverb, viaja con internet, which mostly means one who takes the internet on vacation can arrange alternative accommodation.
Due to a malfunction in his auditory implants, Dean was unable to hear himself and as a result spoke much louder on the Senate floor than on previous occasions. The volume of his speech, which greatly amplified his compassion for the American people, profoundly affected the senators, and in the early hours of May 23, 1969, after 10 hours of discussion, the Department of Technology was approved. It was the fastest an executive department had ever been established.
Well, I don't know. I feel like Doge happened real fast by now. I don't know if Doge counts as a department, but I'm just saying.
All persons with hearing loss attributed to the anti-Dean disaster would be eligible for the surgical implantation of a hearing device free of charge. Mass operating rooms would be established throughout the U.S., able to house over 1,000 patients at once. The use of surgical androids was approved on June 6th, which increased the number of surgeries performed per day over 250%.
I don't like his face.
Once
I don't
all
like his
victims
shape.
had been treated, those with deafness unrelated to the disaster also became eligible for the surgery.
Helen Keller. Oh, yay.
On July 4th, it was announced that there was no incidence of severe hearing loss in the country. The United States was the first nation in the world to eradicate deafness. The achievement had been expected for some time since its first mention during Dean's congressional address. In preparation, many health organizations, both domestic and international, had prepared to host banquets for Dean and grant awards to him and his staff. However, President Dean spent the entirety of Independence Day racing cars with close friend Richard Nixon at a local speedway. Though many would cite the recovery from the anti-Dean disaster as James Dean's finest hour, the president was never willing to accept responsibility.
All we did was fix some ears.
Dean disaster, the story of America's worst TV hijack. The starry sphinx and related phenomena. Right, this is the correct one, right? Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Oh man, I smell something good. I'm hungry. Look, there's a sphinx. There it goes. Is it on Mars? Maybe. Covered from an arson scene, unrestored. I'm tempted to just order food.
Egypt was entirely against the excavation. They had every right to be upset when we went ahead with it anyway. They said that their system worked for thousands of years and would continue to protect the country. They're right. At the time, the president and our military did not care. They viewed their solution as a problem and desperately needed a better solution. American solution. Which in this case was excavation.
TFMD leaves Mars. Look, there TFD is.
Your home tells a story.
There it goes. Hold on. I think I'm gonna order food. I'm so freaking hungry. I'm so hungry. I'm just a really hungry person. Hold on, I gotta bring up stream on my other monitor instead. Okay, hold on. Food break. Food break. I'm too hungry for this. What do I even want? I don't even know. What can I even get? These are the questions. These are the questions we ask. I really want Five Guys so bad, but it's so freaking expensive. Let's see. What should I get? Thinking maybe just getting pizza, but pizza that I want isn't listed here, so maybe not. What am I smelling from outside? I want whatever that is. Let's see. I got that yesterday. It was pretty good. Yeah, maybe I'll just get, or I didn't get yesterday, last time. I mean, I ordered food. I got this. Let's get this again. Yes. Get that. Get that. And yeah, go ahead and get that. Okay. Continue. Okay. Next. Okay. That's not that expensive, I guess. Okay. Oh, good. It's an ad break anyway. Perfect time. Perfect time to order food during an ad break. Okay, then I have to kind of keep my eye on this, though. Okay. This will be good because then maybe I'll like lock in once I'm done stream and like I can get a lot of work done, once I eat. Because I think like it's one of those times where like I'm just too hungry, and I feel like I'm not gonna um I'm not gonna like the rest of the evening and night tomorrow morning is gonna be rough and I could just like make something after stream, but I'm like, am I gonna though? Or am I just gonna be like lazy and just be hungry? I don't know. I just need something. I need like some starter food. Is all I need, fam. We'll wait until the ad break ends until I continue the video. Now I'm excited. I'm gonna get food. That's actually really exciting. And at least we're just watching videos too, so I can eat while we watch. And that's perfectly fine. Okay, ad break's over. Great. Okay. Here's are classified as a spaceship is inevitable. TFD has been acknowledged by the UN Security Council as single most dangerous threat to humanity. Of course, classifies to. What are TFMDs again? I literally forget what they mean. Is there? Okay, I haven't been reading the descriptions. Maybe I should have been reading the descriptions. Okay, well, I forget what TMFD stands for. And that's just going to be the way it is. TFMD enters Earth atmosphere. Oh, something mass destruction. Look at the Sphinx go! Oh, I just look so funny.
The ancient pharaohs personally appointed workers toward guarding it, with some years of their lives striking the trees. They were equipped with the finest music glass balloons, which would substances to inhale muscle fatigue and induce insomnia, so they would be able to hit the trees for several nights in a row. The goal was not to cut down any of the trees, of course. That wouldn't be possible until 1945.
What?
Rather, the intention was to shift the tree's focus from upward growth to internal repairs. The ancient Egyptians knew that they could not permanently halt the trees' germination, but by prolonging their growth,
we're talking about trees, these same trees that we were talking about before? Yeah, okay, yeah. So just like we saw in the last video of like the Christmas tree video and stuff, like these are these trees. That bend over and go. So the trees are at the monuments, and the monuments were built to house the trees. At the Sphinx. What am I looking at? Whoa.
Within the first week of excavation, we found the pyramids extended much deeper into the sand than we had previously thought. The more we dug, the more bricks we had found had already been laid. At the time, we had convinced ourselves that the pyramids had to be finished structures, and it would only be a matter of time before we would reach the bottom. By the third week, we realized that we had been wrong the whole time. The pyramids extended down infinitely. You can imagine our reluctance to tell the public that the pyramids were not pyramids at all. They were towers, infinite towers.
Oh, so they're like the little triangular top of the like the pyramid, I guess, at the top of the of like the Washington Monument. They're like top of a very, very, very tall obelisk. TFMD's false children land. Oh, the children from the tree incident? The like Christmas tree incident? The Rockefeller thing? False children organized into the Starry Sphinx. Whoa.
From flight.
This ad interrupted something cool. Starry Sphinx distracts observers as mothership flees. Video affected by radiation. Whoa. Where's the mothership? The Sphinx is just like inching along. The Great Pyramids rise. The other pyramids awaken. Video affected by radiation. Oh, are these like the pyramids? Like once they're actually fully like dug out? Whoa. Oh my god, they're so tall. How did they like flatten all the rest of the land though? Like, cause it's not like they're like in a giant hole. They're like, they like flatten the whole desert. Or are they growing out? Oh, they said they rise, right. Okay, so they're like growing out of the ground. Never mind. I get it now. Present situation. A diagram. Sphinx and pyramids. Got it. Okay. There's a Sphinx and wow, wait, that's a lot of pyramids. Wait, now I'm like actually. Holy moly. Produced by the Anti-Device Association. Whoa, wait. Is that the same thing as the Anti-Dean Association? Giza Garden. Hold on. I want to see how many videos we have left here. How many play left? We have this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 more videos. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 2. Okay, after this one, we're halfway through the season. Weather permitting, we will carry a feed of the Starry Sphinx on July 4th. July 4th again. I knew this was the time to watch these videos. I knew they were a 4th of July thing. Stay tuned. Maze News Network. Oh man, it smells so good. Oh, I love this music. Wow. Wait, did it just like get up? Is it standing? Is like are those its little legs? Wait a minute. What's it doing? Sphinx, what are you doing? It's like one of those things, you know, the things like SLR. No, it's not. Those aren't the right. Is it? You know, the ghost hunting thing where they have the little like stick figures. I love them. I think they're so funny. It's kind of like what this looks like, kind of. Wait, what is this? What are these straws doing? Whoa! This is cool for the 4th of July, actually. They're broadcasting that on the 4th of July. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. What? Generally time. Starry Sphinx. Why are they broadcasting? Okay. Also, I don't really like how they put the ad there. Dr. Disturbing presents Project Giza Guardian.
Throughout the 19th century, English archaeologists in Egypt encountered stories time and again of mysterious lightning strikes near the Great Pyramids of Giza.
Right?
It was reported that the lightning would strike only in the presence of certain rare constellations. However, no one outside of the Bedouin tribes knew of which constellations. The secrecy protected the value of Giza glass, a mineral created by the strange lightning striking the desert sand. The glass also served as a form of black market currency for several tribes. For decades, the Bedouins' knowledge eluded British archaeologists. For as long as the constellations remained unknown, the Giza glass that formed was retrieved by the Bedouins long before
light pollution is such
arrived.
a problem. I wish we fixed light
However,
pollution
in
or
the
helped
late
it a little bit so we can see
1870s,
more stars
British
again.
Egyptologist
It's like so
Flinders
easy to
Petrie
fix.
discovered the constellation which preceded
Out of the many things we
electrical
could very
phenomenon.
easily make better in our world, but
In
choose to actively
1880,
make
he
worse
arranged an
because the
expedition
billionaires
to collect
want it.
samples of Giza glass for the British Museum. Petrie accurately predicted the appearance of Giza glass, and with the help of British troops, secured the location of the glass for themselves. The glass, which formed in long, multi-layered sheets, was fractured in order to be more easily transported. While collecting fragments, Petrie slipped and landed on an upright plane of Giza glass. The force of the fall, combined with the sharpness of the material, decapitated Petrie immediately.
No!
While British troops at the scene quickly assumed Petrie had been killed, a closer inspection revealed that he was still alive. Although his head was separated from his body, Petrie remained conscious and could even mouth rudimentary words. Medical personnel were initially relieved Petrie had somehow survived, but they became concerned when his head began to discolor and swell significantly.
Okay, we're gonna pause here because my food's gonna be here in like a minute. Right back. Okay, I'm gonna go. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. 5-minute break. 5-minute break. Okay, I'm back. All right. And now I have food. Let's continue watching. Hold on. Minimize this browser. Open up this browser. Let's go. Continue.
But the fate of Flinders Petrie is a tale for another day.
I don't know. I think we should continue the tale today.
Petrie's lot, as his collection of Giza glass came to be known, arrived in England in 1891. Unfortunately, due to the poor handling of its containers during transit, the glass arrived broken into thin shards and was deemed worthless by museum curators. Yet, as a token of international diplomacy, the British Museum divided Petrie's lot among visiting American ambassadors. Vaguely aware of Giza glass's odd properties, President John D. Rockefeller ordered the immediate confiscation of the material from the American ambassadors. Although many in his administration were eager to see the glass be used in warfare, President Rockefeller refused to authorize military use and instead discussed other possible applications with the head of the Department of the Interior. After numerous conferences, it was settled that segments of Giza glass would be polished into fine blades and given to a select group of Greco-Egyptian swordsmen. These unusually tall swordsmen were assigned to the Grand Canyon and guarded restricted areas from trespassers.
Greco-Egyptian swordsmen in modern
the Grand
America
Canyon Guardians continued to serve
guarding
for
the Grand
decades
Canyon with
until the
swords.
last member was discontinued. All trespassers who were maimed by the Guardians were promised a lifetime's worth of a special concoction which controlled unwanted side effects. However, since the medication's efficacy decreased over time, older victims were promised housing within the Grand Canyon to guarantee their safety and privacy from the outside world, but only under the condition that they would lure known dangerous persons wanted by the federal government to the forbidden zones of the national park.
Wait, that's weird. I don't like that. Claims that Project Giza Guardian was shut down in 1969. However, sightings of the swordsmen in the Grand Canyon continue to this day. Hey, this ad is not skippable. Wait, but still the end of the video. Or is it the end of the video or not? I don't know.
Riri, what is going on with you?
Feels like the end of the video. No, I don't think it is the end of the video. It's 14 minutes long. Yeah, no, we're only in the middle. Okay, never mind. The following audio is an excerpt from an interview with Louisa Crawford, wife of the esteemed American sculptor Thomas Crawford. Thomas Crawford is best known for designing the Statue of Freedom atop the U.S. Capitol. Okay. Wait, okay. I remember that from the video. Okay, hold on. I remember Crawford, because his daughter, yeah. Thomas hated America. He went to Rome when he was 21 and stayed there for the rest of his life. He was amused that the slave-holding Americans wanted him to make a statue named Freedom. At first, Thomas did not want to help them, but then he realized that the statue could be a symbol for others. He gave the statue a liberty cap, something that freed Roman slaves wore. He thought that if a 20-foot statue of a liberated woman stood on the Capitol dome, perhaps some men would be less ignorant. You can imagine how disappointed he was when Mr. Davis in Washington told him to take the cap off of Freedom. To be fair, it looked kinda dumb, but Thomas saw his project through to the end. He even went to Egypt to find the material for her sword. It is a very special type of glass. Oh, Giza glass, wow. One time, while he was sharpening the glass at his workshop, he accidentally cut off the tip of his finger. Although, I was worried when he told me, he couldn't stop laughing. He told me that the glass was so sharp that the tip of his finger slipped off without pain or blood. Yet, he could still feel it. When Thomas concentrated, he could even make his fingertip twitch on the table. Like, why would this be good for war? He found it funny. I didn't. I remember he came home one night without a hand. He said he could still move it at the workshop. He was so young when he left. Only 43 years old. I wish we spent more time together. We loved each other very much. You can imagine my surprise when I looked into the plaster model's mouth. Thank goodness for that Inspector Zafino was wrong. He made me think there was a serial killer in town. But nobody murdered him. Thomas cut his own body up and put himself inside of Freedom. Oh, so that's what happened. I saw him inside, all of him. I knew what must have happened, but seeing his eyes in her face was too much for me. She looked so awake. Zafino told the Americans that Thomas passed away. I think he found out the truth since then. The Gibraltar police thought I would be devastated to hear they found Nina's skin in the cave. But I was relieved. I know she's still alive. Thomas must have pulled her into the statue with him. Oh. Inside Freedom, Thomas and Nina are protecting America. Whoa. Together. That's crazy. Actually, wait. Following the broadcast of the controversial Delaware Double report, the Delaware River Journal was shut down by federal authorities. However, a secondary organization, the New Delaware Journal, continued operations.
Freedom has a new home. Following the ADA storming of the Capitol on January 6th, numerous organizations expressed interest in purchasing the Statue of Freedom. The statue, which fell during the riot and caused over 150 casualties, was seen by reactionary politicians as a result of poor craftsmanship, and blamed her original installer, Philip Reed, for her collapse. Reed, an experienced architect and enslaved man at the time of Freedom's assembly, this has become the latest in a series of historical figures demonized by the ADA. Due to growing reluctance to reinstall the Statue of Freedom, the Department of the Interior has instead transferred Freedom to an undisclosed location in the Grand Canyon and rejected all other offers to purchase it.
They just keep sticking everything in the Grand Canyon.
When asked why the statue had been sent to the Grand Canyon, President Dean replied, "The rocks won't shoot her down."
Shortly after the broadcast of Freedom's new home, New Delaware journalist Howard Melrose. Oh, we saw him in that one picture. Classified the STFR 4.3099 to the public. Melrose now lives in exile in Egypt. Extract and extinguish ADA members and other curious persons. Protect base assets. This could be you. So like a guardian? Weren't they all tall Greco-Roman people? Had to leave for a bit and you missed a whole hour and a half. Oh no. Following audio clip known as The Last Words of Maya Arnoldson was recovered by park rangers in the Grand Canyon. Viewer discretion is advised.
Get auto tech training at Universal Technical Institute and become career ready in less than a year.
And I had a little bit of experience.
Also, please excuse me as I continue eating my dinner. Lens cap. Do remove the lens cap. Maya walks on an unmarked trail. Well, I need to see it to believe it. Could be a marked trail for all I know. she's wasting her camera battery. Yeah, that's true for last stream, yeah. Well, I don't know if you missed it. So what happened? Well, a lot of stuff happened in the past bit while we were watching. But that statue, the statue maker, Thomas, so there's this stuff in Egypt called, well, first off, there's a lot of crap going on in Egypt. Like the Sphinx is like a spaceship, and all of the pyramids are actually the top of very, very big obelisks that contain those trees, like we saw, like in the Washington Monument. And also the Ever Given boat that was stuck in the Suez Canal. That was a whole ordeal. Anyway, so a lot of Egypt focus. But then also James Dean went deaf because the sirens were hijacked. And air raid sirens, and then he gave all the Americans who were deaf from it hearing aids, free hearing aids for everyone. And there's also a new technology, a device called Twitter, and it's like a whole thing. And there were personal computers, but then they took them back, and they required all personal computers to be returned in, and now they only have Twitter. And Anyway, but then the statue, though, the thing about the statue is that the statue maker. Oh, anyway, go back to Egypt. Egypt has there are a bunch of lightning strikes in the 1820s. Archaeologists noticed when they were excavating there, and there are a bunch of lightning strikes. And then Flinders Petrie, who was one of the lead archaeologists in Egypt in the 19th century, and the lightning strikes were when they strike the ground, it makes something called Giza glass. And these glass was shared, and it only happened like when the lightning was coming from specific constellations. It was very like bizarre, weird lightning, and the Bedouin tribes of the area knew which constellations they were that made the glass, and like they like collected the glass and used it on a black market trade between their tribes. And they kind of hoarded the secret of the glass. Well, but then at some point there's some accident that happened, and Petrie's head got cut off from the glass, went and cut him right at the neck. However, they were like, "Oh no, he's dead." However, he wasn't dead. His head was still alive, and he could like mouth words and things. And so they're like, "Whoa, this glass is crazy," and everyone wanted to use it for like the military and stuff. So then the U.S. got a lot of Giza glass, and they have these guardians, and that's like the video we're watching now is called Giza Guardian. They have a bunch of guardians in the Grand Canyon. They're tall Greco-Egyptians that have swords made out of Giza glass, and they are guardians in the Grand Canyon for some reason. And then the statue. The thing is, the statue maker, for the statue of, now he hated the United States. Thomas Crawford. He was from the U.S., I believe it said, but then he moved to Italy and he hated the U.S. And he thought it very ironic that they asked him to create a statue of freedom to go atop the Capitol building, because freedom, he's like, they're not really free. They have slaves and stuff. He's like, how crazy that I think that they are so controlling, and that they have slaves, and that like the country's very hypocritical. And so he moves to Italy because he doesn't like the country, but then the country turns right around and asks him to create this statue of freedom to go atop the Capitol. And at first he was going to say no, but then he was like, no, I will, because he's like, it might stand as a symbol for other people in the country. And as he's working on it, he gets some Giza glass to make the sword for the statue, and out of the Giza glass. And then he cuts off the tip of his finger, and he's like, wait a minute, I can still feel the like cutting it was no pain, no blood, and he could still feel the tip of his finger, right? And his wife was kind of like freaked out by that. And then, but it turns out what happened, and his wife knew that it happened when they were loading the statue to take to the US, was that he had actually cut himself up and built himself into the statue, which is why the statue had his eyes. He put himself in the statue. And then Nina, right? Remember his daughter was missing and they just found her skin. What happened was he then also put her in the statue with him. In like Spain when they, or I think it was Spain or Morocco, I don't know, it was like at the Strait of Gibraltar, right, where the statue kind of went loose. He must have put her in the statue with him. So together they're like sitting atop the Capitol building, like trying to stand for freedom and protect the freedoms of people or whatever. So like the statue's conscious, right? Because it actually has like two people built into it, like kind of FNAF style. And it's kind of like mascot horror, but like the goddess Freedom being the mascot of the US. And then during the storming, sometime the Anti-Dean Association stormed the Capitol on January 6th, but back during Dean's presidency, you see. And the statue fell and killed like a couple hundred people. And then they moved the statue to the Grand Canyon, I think. And that's like kind of where we're at now. So,
no.
Yeah.
No,
Kind of
no,
weird,
no.
but kind of cool.
No.
It's all starting to make sense. Maya's body falls into a ravine. Audio cuts out. Camera's still saying to remove the lens cap. In 2004, park rangers discovered Maya Arnoldson's headless body. As of 2021, her head remains missing. It was probably removed with keys of glass, but that means her head is still active. But who is Maya Arnoldson? Why do they, like, hate her? I mean, I guess they were protecting the canyon, but, like, why from her? For what?
You deserve the best.
This next video is Fallen Father.
You can afford it. We design our own tools with performance and durability.
Not this video again. These videos. They followed me all the way home. Squirrels. Freaking squirrels. Mr. Squirrel. He's back. Look at his beady little eye. And he is beautiful. I'd be all on board with this if, like, I wasn't feuding with the squirrels on my balcony. He just gave me the stink eye. Yeah, he did. Look at that look. Horny. What? Weird. Dude. But forget about that. Since you're gone, you'll never see his video, but I had a dream that you were still here and you were about to leave the house. And right before you left, you said, "I'm going home now. I know your health problems made your body a prison, and now you're free. But we miss you so much. I wish I hugged you more often. I love you, Dad. I hope you're happy wherever you are." Can't stop thinking about the day you left. It hurts so much to remember. The worst memories live at home with us. Yeah, the Mr. Squirrel video turned depressing real quick. Yeah. What is happening? Can't believe it's been 3 days already. Only 3 days? Daniel Arnoldson, July 1961 to May 2021. Fallen Father. So I'm assuming that is Maya's dad. Maybe?
I'm Christy Nolan, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security.
Fuck you.
Thank you, President Donald J.
Okay, next video. Rockefeller Revelation. My dad unexpectedly passed away 3 months ago. I will try my best to continue his work. Dr. Disturbing presents so is Maya and Eric are experiencing something similar. I guess. I'm not sure. Well, like, I don't know.
I remember seeing the first German airship in its hangar. I was astounded by its immensity until I saw my own name printed on its side. At that moment, an entirely new feeling unveiled within me. It was an emotion which frequented me in childhood.
Who was this talking again? I've already forgotten.
A blend of revulsion and satisfaction that had followed the execution of a cruel jest on a friend or a stranger. A pin in one's foot. A tumble down a stairwell. What would others think?
I'm confused about the satisfaction part.
At the sight of a foreign airship bearing the name of the American president, dropping explosives upon cities of unarmed civilians.
Probably.
I wish to say that revulsion was my sole reaction to this invention, yet I cannot deny that I was proud of this magnificent vehicle. It was perhaps the greatest war machine ever developed by mankind, made possible by yours truly. By nightfall, shame outweighed pride, and I requested the immediate removal of my name from the airship and all its future successors. Although the Germans complied, they continued to refer to their airships as Rockefellers. I knew that removing my name would not obscure the facts for very long. It was inevitable that the American public would one day become aware of my secret dealings in Germany.
Wait, so you funded the German, like, dirigibles? Luftschiffe. Rockefeller, so, like, that's airship in German. See, here's the thing, is I don't fully know German. Like, I spoke German when I was, like, a toddler with my grandmother, because she, like, I spent, like, 12 hours a day with her. My parents were at work, and so, she spoke German, with us. She knows English, or knew English, but, like, she would speak German with us anyway, so, like, I learned German as, like, a toddler. Then I forgot it when I got older, because, like, no one else spoke it, so. And my parents didn't speak it. But I know enough German where, like, I mean, not like Luftschiff is hard, but it's like I don't know that word, but obviously give this context, like, oh, airship. Luft is like lift, and Schiff is like ship. Like, I don't know. I am pretty good at guessing German. I mean, this is actually a really easy word, but I'm really good at figuring out what German words mean. Like, not all of them, obviously, but like, I have a pretty good sense of German. To the point where I'm surprised sometimes that, like, I know what a word means, and, like, I'll see a German word, I'm like, oh yeah, I know what that means. And I'm like, how do I know what that means? Envelope. You know, airships are so extra. Like, look how big they are. For what? Just the little blips on the bottom. Wait, what? Is that a phase?
It had always been my intention to reinvigorate the American economy.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for, like, learning languages when you're learning language. Because I learned German alongside English. And I forgot the German, but, like, there's still, like, a, innate in the way my brain's, like, wired. It's, like, wired for English and German.
Solution being slavery. I can imagine your reluctance to read on, and I entirely understand. Rest assured, I believe that all citizens should be unconditionally promised the very freedoms that our country established at its founding: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. However, crowns are not men or women, nor are they animals. They are merely the decayed shells of ignoble criminals. They do not qualify for the same freedoms exercised by ordinary civilians. Once they were conditioned and bound together, the crowns became the perfect workforce. They did not rebel, for they could not speak. They could not leave, for they were chained. And best of all, the crowns were incapable of forming unions.
I'm so lost.
AI that with Copilot.
Is this an AI ad? God, why does this video has had the worst ads? A Christy Gnome ad, and then an AI ad. God damn it! What the hell? Wait. So to like review. Wait, what is this even of? What? Anti-airship death ray? Wait, what? Okay, so the crowns, I'm assuming, because the other video, the only other time I think we've actually seen the word crown in a way that like made any sense was the canyon crown. And I didn't fully understand what was going on in that video. That was the first video of their film, the Maya's video and stuff like that. The Arnoldsons, and was the canyon crown is what it was called. And so crowns, this, but judging by the picture here, seem to be severed heads. And also judging by what looks to be inside the airship, right? Because there's like that face, so it kind of implies that's like full of these heads almost, I guess. And so like it would make sense that the heads are called crowns, right? Like, because that's a name for your top of your head at least. Metonymy, I think, would be what that is, because you're taking the top of the head to stand for the whole. And the these crowns then, they must have been severed heads of people who were severed with the Giza glass swords, because you can cut off someone's head and the head will still function. It can't actually talk, like they said, that they can't talk or form unions. So that's why they're the perfect workforce. Obviously Rockefeller would be anti-union. And they can't rebel, they can't form unions, they can't talk, and they can't leave because they're just heads. And they can't talk. They can like probably mouth things if we're going by like what happened to Petrie's head, but they can't actually talk. So they can't actually communicate with each other to form unions or do anything, or advocate for themselves. And they're apparently criminals. So, because at first I thought the crowns were the monuments, but that's not, because the monuments are all trees. So these are just criminals, and they did say that the Giza guardians in the Grand Canyon were like, at one point they said they're there and they will provide like protection and security for the Giza guardians and let them like live in structures built into the canyon. But their job then is to attract criminals to the canyon. And presumably then in the Grand Canyon is where they cut off the heads of the criminals to use as labor, slave labor, I suppose. And they cut them off with the Giza glass that the Giza guardians have for their Giza glass swords. And then they're kept in the Grand Canyon, and then maybe that's why when she said it was like a canyon crown was one of these heads from the Grand Canyon. Okay, you're more curious on how the heads work. Yeah, I'm not really sure. That's where my plan falls apart. My theory. My film theory falls apart here, but that's okay. We'll keep going. Actually, wait. have the. This is probably would be a film theory thing. Has film theory reacted to Monument Mythos? Probably, right? They love lore. I kind of want to watch their reactions after we're done with the stuff. I want to react to their reaction. I'm not sure. Okay, a lot of words that are not important. Front elevation. Turntable arms. Elevation clamp. Positioning handle. I'm not lamp adjusters. What exactly? So this is the like ray to shoot down the airships, right? The anti-airship death ray. Okay.
Was the first nation to inquire
like
about the crowns and their potential applications in warfare. I never mentioned the vast quantities of geyser
Good thing you weren't giving
owned,
secret U.S. intelligence when you were working secretly with the Germans,
with
Rockefeller.
Many more crowns at low cost. Instead, after signing several agreements,
no, it was all business,
and receiving a
you didn't care about
tremendous
protecting U.S.
German
interests.
sum, I provided them with over 100 crowns, along with my best advisors and the brightest engineers. Our time with the Germans gave rise to the greatest military vehicles in history, the Rockefellers. Germany's growing demand for men and crowns to construct more Rockefellers revitalized the American economy. Very few nations offered to hire as many of our men and women, and none would have paid as graciously as Germans did. It was, by all accounts, the greatest and most sustainable partnership of recent times.
I wonder if World War II happened in this
I could not
universe.
have foreseen the destruction those airships would eventually inflict.
Okay, just making sure. I was like, I thought they had mentioned it before.
I thought that their creation would unite Germany and America. I could not have predicted that by 1918,
I realized,
Rockefeller
after I said that, we're
bombing
probably talking about
raids would have killed thousands of American and European soldiers. My terms were over before I could take action against the Germans. It was the administration after my own which was tasked with the seemingly impossible mission of destroying the Rockefellers while preserving the reputation of the former president. Although they knew of my dealings in Germany and had every opportunity to expose me, they chose not to.
Wait, sorry, who was the
in their eyes, they Germany president possible mission of destroying the Rockefellers while preserving the reputation of my own, which was tasked with the seemingly impossible mission of destroying
the administration
the
after his, okay.
While preserving the reputation of the former president.
Although
they knew of
I wonder
my
who was president
dealings
after
in
Rockefeller.
Germany and had every opportunity to expose me, they chose not to, for in their eyes, no good could come of it. However, I knew it was only a matter of time before I would become the laughingstock of my country. As the war drew to a close, I often found myself in a daze, envisioning my assassination on the streets of New York, or, more likely, on the steps of my very own center. However,
you're used to that kind of poetic irony.
Before my visions would acquire any plausibility. President Hughes did a fine job of eliminating every Rockefeller while concealing my involvement.
Who do you think President Hughes is?
The big front seat on Spirit is so big and so in the front, you'll be marveled at.
It's not Langston. use, right? I was literally just arguing with people on, it was like a really rough argument on TikTok earlier this week, and I had to like delete all my comments because like I made one comment because someone was like, "Oh, here, replace all these classic literature books, with better ones, new ones." And I was like, "Well, as a historian, like I find value to like still teaching To Kill a Mockingbird or The Great Gatsby in, high school classrooms, like, or in any classroom, like, I mean, obviously we're not teaching those things to elementary schoolers, but I'm like, from a like history perspective, especially I was really focusing on The Great Gatsby because like they were suggesting to replace it with Little Fires Everywhere. And I'm like, I don't think The Great Gatsby provides like I like the amount of like the education The Great Gatsby provides is not the same as a book about Ohio in the 90s. Like, you're not going to learn about the Gilded Age and the Roaring Twenties and American era of opulence and overabundance and the economics that led up to the crash and what led up to that economic abundance in World War One and all that stuff. Like, you're not going to learn about that from a book about Ohio in the 1990s. So like and people are like, yeah, well, why read uh The Great Gatsby if it just like, props up rich people. And it's like it doesn't. It's a critique of rich people. I don't know how people read these books and like have such low media literacy. They think it's like praising Gatsby and it's like no 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 Gatsby's not good. Like even Nick isn't good. Like none of them are good. And then so a lot of people were like, yeah, but I don't like reading that book because like I didn't like any of the characters. You're not supposed to. Every character is supposed to be dislikable. I don't think any character in The Great Gatsby is supposed to be likable. That's kind of the point. Like, not a book for entertainment. It's a book for enlightenment, enrichment, and education. Which some books just are, and that in itself is entertaining when you learn things. You're like, wow, I learned something, and that's entertaining for me. But it's like, but I think that book is a great way to teach the early 20th century because it really encapsulates a lot of themes together in a very doable way. It's very readable. And it's not that long of a book. So, yeah, Uh and then like but people started like getting on my case about like they're like, "Yeah, but what about To Kill a Mockingbird?" And I'm like, "Well, I still think that has historical value." And they're like, "Yeah, well, but what's the point of the book? What did you learn from it? Did you actually?" I'm like, "Oh, there's still stuff you can learn from history." And they're like, "Okay, well, what did you learn from To Kill a Mockingbird?" And I was like, "I learned about the how the justice system is unfairly biased against Black people, especially Black men, and has been for a really long time. And and that a lot of racism is systemic and is built into these systems that individual people can't necessarily undo and unravel by themselves. Um, and that the systems need to be restructured." And they're like, "No, you didn't learn that. You learned white saviorism from it." And I'm like, "No, I didn't." And everyone's always like, To Kill a Mockingbird is all about white saviorism. And it's like, did you read the book? Atticus loses the trial. He loses. White savior what? He didn't save anyone. He didn't save anyone. He lost because of the systemic racism in our justice system. Like, what do you mean I learned white saviorism? Atticus lost his trial. People, I don't know that these people even read the book. Like, did they I mean, it's great that, yeah, and I know a lot of times people hype up Atticus for like, being anti-racist and stuff and defending the guy in the book, and I know that's a problem and that's kind of white saviorism, but ultimately it doesn't matter. In some ways, the flaws of the justice system are even more especially highlighted if you view it through a white savior lens, because Atticus, even if he's a white savior, he couldn't save him because of the justice system. No matter how good you think he is as an attorney, no matter how like great you think he is as like a civil rights leader, he didn't actually save anyone. Like, what? You don't get why people want to read anymore. The amount of stuff you can learn just from reading even a little can teach you a lot about how people thought in the past. Yeah, yeah. Well, and I mean, like, Yeah, like I don't know why people reading history, like you can learn so much from reading history, right? And I mean that's how historians get all our information is from reading. I mean, there's archaeology, but those are the only two things: physical evidence and written evidence, including literature. And a lot of people think you can't read literature. Um, like I literally saw people arguing that like Pride and Prejudice and stuff can teach you nothing about Regency era England. There's nothing to be learned from it because it's all made up. And it's like, yeah, but it's made up within its world. It's not a fantasy setting. Like, but people act like, no, nope, all made up. You can't learn anything. It's like, I don't know, you can though, you can. Um, but like, and I mean, it might not carry the same weight as, say, like a legal document might, but or like a nonfiction work from the time period might carry more weight than a fictional work, sure. Um, but you can still read fiction for historical information, like absolutely. Um, and it's like, does that mean we shouldn't? Because most of our, not most, I guess, but a lot of our stuff we know from ancient Greece, like, is about, you know, fiction and mythical stuff, but that doesn't mean it's not based on true things. Like it's crazy that they're like, I don't think we should teach this. We should only teach modern literature about history. And it's like, we should really teach media literacy though. And even though these works are maybe a little bit more challenging, they're like, yeah, they are more challenging. But that's why like we shouldn't be exposing kids to this stuff, especially without guidance. And I'm like, but we're talking about in a classroom. They have guidance. It's the teacher. That's actually a great place to show them this stuff so that they can be taught how to navigate challenging texts. And I understand if To Kill a Mockingbird might make some people feel uncomfortable. Like I understand like on that premise, I get it. But I don't think it's an inherently racist book. Um and like and it certainly wasn't for its time. And uh like in the same way like there are other things from like the like West Side Story is a little racist, but for its time it wasn't. It was anti-racist considering the time period it was set in. And that's something that you can learn and read and discuss in school, is talk about like how context matters for historical works and how you can actually learn about the context from the historical work and how it was received. And it's just like really interesting that these people are just like, no, no, To Kill a Mockingbird bad. And like this person I was arguing with was black, but like she was like really, really big on like telling me what I learned. When I was like, oh no, this is what I learned from To Kill a Mockingbird, she's like, no, you learned white saviorism. And I'm like, are you just telling me what I learned? I told you something different. Like you can't just ignore everything I said and then tell me my own experiences. I don't care if you're black and I'm white. You don't get to tell me what my experiences were. That's not how that works. And a lot of people hate it. I just said that these works have historical value. I didn't think that that was a radical take, to be honest. That as a historian, I think they do have historical value because they do. I like I didn't think that they were that's that controversial. But like, yeah, no, you told me that is wrong because I said so. Yeah, and I was like, well, it's the thing is like you use these books and you teach media literacy and like you learn about the nuance in them and you teach people how to read challenging texts and challenging news stories and all sorts of stuff because you identify sources of bias in these texts and you learn how to identify bias from historical bias, authorial bias, right? Like so many different bias sources, plus our own bias we bring, and you train people to read these things, and it helps with media literacy spectacularly. And they're like, no, but we don't teach media literacy at school. We never have, and we don't now. And I'm like, okay, well maybe you didn't learn media literacy, but I did. And they're like, no, we don't teach it. And I'm like, okay, but like I learned it. They're like, no. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, oh, but there are a lot of things that we just don't teach. Like the whole like we could remove this sort of stuff and like teach like the Harlem Renaissance instead. And I'm like, okay, well, I learned a lot about the Harlem Renaissance. Actually, Langston Hughes, I think, is the single poet that showed up the most. I don't think we reread a single poet more than Langston Hughes, at least every year. I think there were a couple gap years, but almost every year. from 6th grade to senior year, we read Langston Hughes. Like I had a little summer enrichment program thing I did one year, and guess what? We read Langston Hughes. I think we also read like Harry Potter, but also we threw in some Langston Hughes. We never left that man's work alone. Like, what do you mean we didn't learn the Harlem Renaissance? I mean, granted, I know we probably could have read a little bit wider within the Harlem Renaissance. That is absolutely true. But, like, dude, man, I read so much freaking Langston Hughes. And I mean, it was a lot of the same poems revisited over and over again, but still. Now, to be fair, I don't remember his works a whole lot. I don't remember a lot. I remember, like, blackberry picking. I know it's not like I'm just naming poems that I distinctly remember off the top of my head from high school. Remember I read Blackberry Picking. I think it was what it was called. And I remember it's like is he right Mother? Was that one of his? Let me double check. I feel like oops, not this one. I want this one. Um is that a poem? Mother to Son, that's it. Um I'm assuming that's what it yeah, Mother to Son. Let's read it here, shall we? Well, son, I'll tell you. Life for me ain't no crystal stair. Oh, right. I remember the stairs, the stairs. Yeah. This is the one. This is the one. Oh my gosh. We read this like almost every freaking year. It's had tacks in it and splinters and boards torn up and places with no carpet on the floor bare. But all the time I's been a climbing on and reaching landings and turning corners and sometimes going in the dark where there ain't been no light. So boy, don't you turn back. Don't you set down on the steps 'cause you find it's kinder hard. Don't you fall now, for I's still going, honey. I's still climbing, and life for me ain't been no crystal stair. So that's not the right accent, but it gets uh, the accent that's written in. Yeah, I remember that one in particular. So I remember that. I remember blackberry picking. Hold on. What poem was that? Blackberry picking poem. Yeah, okay. It's called Blackberry Picking because there's a Blackberry by Sylvia Plath. And I'm like, I don't think that was it. Oh, this is Seamus Heaney? Oh. Okay, Seamus Heaney for okay, that makes a lot of sense now. Wow, okay. He's big in translations of like classic works and stuff. Yeah, blackberry picking. Let's read this too. Late August. Given heavy rain and sun for a full week, the blackberries would ripen. At first, just one, a glossy purple clot, among others, red, green, hard as a knot. You ate that first one, and its flesh was sweet, like thickened wine. Summer's blood was in it, leaving stains upon the tongue and lust for picking. Then red ones inked up, and that hunger sent us out with milk cans, pea tins, jam pots, where briars scratched and wet grass bleached our boots. Round hayfields, cornfields, and potato drills, we trekked and picked until the cans were full, until the tinkling bottom had been covered with green ones, and on top big dark blobs burned like a plate of eyes. Our hands were peppered with thorn pricks, our palms sticky with bluebeards. We hoarded the fresh berries in the byre, and when the bath was filled, we found a fur, a rat gray fungus glutting on our cache. The juice was stinking too. Once off the bush, the fruit fermented. The sweet flesh would turn sour. I always felt like crying. It wasn't fair that all the lovely canfuls smelt of rot. Each year I hoped they'd keep. No, knew they would not. And so that um copyright 1999. What she meant? Okay. Source Decima Naturals 1960s. Okay, because I like thought it was like an older one. Yeah, so that one. And then also Dylan Thomas. The like do not go gentle and that good night. Hi Alex. Um but for this person to be like, no, you didn't learn anything about the Harlem Renaissance. It's like I have no idea what you're talking about, but like we read like Mother to Son like 5 separate years in school. Like I am not joking. We read that over and over again. Um like yeah, it was just kind of like and like I don't remember all the other poems, but like I did a whole unit on Langston Hughes, at least with specifically Langston Hughes. And like again, we could have went probably wider within the Harlem Renaissance, and we probably did. I don't remember every single poem we read. This is the problem that I'm having because you move through poems kind of fast. You know, AP Lit, you spend a little bit more time because you like write a whole essay on a poem, but like um, but anyway, but like it was crazy to me. This person was just like, they don't teach the Harlem Renaissance in schools. And like I'm like, what are you talking about? They're like, yeah, well, we shouldn't read The Great Gatsby because they should teach the Harlem Renaissance instead. And it's like, what? But like we do teach the Harlem Renaissance. Like honestly, The Great Gatsby is a break from the Harlem Renaissance. Like I don't know what you mean. Anyway, but like, and then people came in and they were like, I can't believe that you're willing that like the fact that The Great Gatsby and To Kill a Mockingbird have any historic value and any like historical value and you can learn history from them. They're like, I can't believe that that's the hill you're willing to die on, to the point where you'd argue with a black person about it. Dude, if it makes them uncomfortable, just like give up. Like you shouldn't be fighting for this. Respect their boundaries. Respect them. And it's like they never said it made them uncomfortable. They said that there is no historical. I'm not saying that they should be required texts in schools. I am saying they still have value. And like you might want to teach The Great Gatsby if you're trying to teach like the history of the early 20th century, because Little Fires Everywhere is not going to teach that. Like you could kind of link it in thematically, but it's not going to teach that the way The Great Gatsby does. And so like why wouldn't you choose The Great Gatsby? Like why should you like you shouldn't always replace the works, because there's more to it than just the general themes. Like there's also historical value to them. And that might be worth covering, like it keeps them relevant. Because this person was kind of saying that they're what I think they specifically said that they are uh irrelevant now. And I'm like, I don't think The Great Gatsby is irrelevant. I think it's very concerning that people think so. Um, and or even To Kill a Mockingbird is irrelevant. And there's like it's like, yeah, my hill that I'm willing to die on is that these works have history. You can learn history from The Great Gatsby and To Kill a Mockingbird. Yes. And they're like, that's a weird hill to die on. And I'm like, I don't think it is. I will also die on the 2 + 2 = 4 hill. I'm a I'm a very firm believer of that. And also the earth is round. That's also a hill I'm willing to die on. Disease is caused by germs, not an imbalance of humors. I'm also willing to die on that hill. Penicillin is good. Like, there are a lot of hills I'm willing to die on, actually. Like, and I don't think it's strange to die on those hills because they're pretty reasonable hills to die on. Yes. And they're like, yeah, but a black person disagreed with you. And I'm like, I am so sorry that that black person is misinformed about how literature works, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to just agree with whatever they said. And they don't even know I'm white. Like, all they see is my VTuber's face in this comment section. Like, what the hell do they know? Like, so yeah, I don't know. It was like just kind of crazy. Most books I think are relevant now, still pretty big relevance, especially now. Yeah. No, I try to force these books out of school just because they think it. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think that there's a problem to replacing them. Like if what you are trying to teach, like it just depends on what you're trying to teach. Because yeah, there are great replacements for a lot of these books. You can replace it with another modern book that has similar themes. That's true. And in some ways, it might handle those themes better. And like the book might be less triggering. And depending on, and I can see how like depending on your classroom, a teacher might be like, oh, these kids can't handle those themes or what's going on in the world. It might be a little bit too heavy for them, and they might be like, let's address those themes in a different book instead, something that's more modern or whatever. Like, that's fine. But kind of saying that these other books are irrelevant is like, no, they still are relevant. It's just like you should, the newer books aren't better than the older books. And the older books aren't better than the newer books. They're just two different books. It's kind of like saying you could replace the Great Gatsby with To Kill a Mockingbird. Like, why would you? They teach different things. Like, those are two different books. What a strange concept. And it's kind of like, I mean, I know there are some more similarities thematically between like the original books and the books that this guy was suggesting, but it's kind of the same. It's like they're just two different books, man. Like two different books. Replacing is fine. But a lot of the ones I've seen is straight up get rid of it altogether. Yeah, yeah. And I mean, and at that point, we're kind of book banning, and like I don't like the banned books situation. Like, now I do understand there's some language. I believe there's some N-words dropped in um To Kill a Mockingbird. I get it. And I also understand. However, like from the same perspective, if people are upset about To Kill a Mockingbird, I sure hope that those same people who think To Kill a Mockingbird is so bad keep that energy up for Of Mice and Men as well. Because if Tom Robinson ends up dying in To Kill a Mockingbird due to racism, they better hold that same energy about ableism when it comes to Lenny and what's his face. Like um it's just like I don't know. It's like and some books are just hard. They're just hard. I remember at school we read The Awakening by Kate uh Kate Chopin? Is that how it's pronounced? Um and in the end she just walks down to the ocean. Spoilers. She walks down to the ocean and just keeps walking. That's how the book ends. She just goes to the beach, walks into the water, and she just keeps walking. The end. And it's like, oh wow, that ended in suicide. That's oof. And honestly, actually, in my class, I don't think we discussed that enough. I don't think we fully addressed with the careful nuance that it deserves the suicide at the end. But like, I don't think it shouldn't have been. I don't think it should have been removed from the classroom because it has suicide in it. Um, and I don't think it's not like we shouldn't talk about Sylvia Plath and her suicide. And like in some ways, like these books are all the better because again, they're more challenging reads. Oh, another was 1984. They said to replace. They're like, get rid of 1984 and replace it with the Parable of the Sower. And I have not. I've read like bits and pieces of 1984. I haven't read the whole thing. Like sat down like in like actual detail read it. And nor have I read The Parable of the Sower, but I don't think they're actually the same thing, like from what I got. Parable of the Sower seems very religious oriented. Whereas from my understanding, 1984, I've never really heard it be a book that really talks about religion as much as government, and like philosophy more than religion based on the description I saw of Parable of the Sower. So like again, they're kind of similar in a lot of ways, but they're definitely not the exact same book. And you can't just straight up replace them. A lot of people hate on Lord of the Flies, a lot of people hate on Animal Farm, and I'm like, these are like classics for a reason. They tell very important stories. Really small bits in 1984, but you don't really remember any religious parts. Yeah, I'm like, I don't think, and if it is, it's like a kind of maybe a religious framing of some bits, but it's definitely not mostly religious. But from I've read the description of Parable of the Sower, and it seemed very religious based. It's a very similar idea, but it's the idea that like the religion is what's kind of controlling rather than like the government being controlling. So still similar, still kind of like very cult, almost talking like about cults, kind of either way. Um, one way or another when you think about it, but they're not quite the same, and like I can see why you might want to teach one over the other, depending on what the other stuff you're teaching is. Depending on what's happening in the real world, you might want to pull texts that feel more relevant versus, like something that might even be a little too relevant. You kind of just need to feel for it. And I don't think that one should be replaced by the other, like as a rule, because, you know, they're both valuable in different they're just two different tools that fix. It's kind of like he's saying like, oh, well, you need a screwdriver, like you need a book, about, you know, control, mind control kind of, and cult like behavior sort of and things like that. Well, instead of reading 1984, read Parable of the Sower. Okay, that's fine. But it's also kind of like saying, oh, you need a screwdriver. Well, instead of this flathead screwdriver, use this Phillips head screwdriver. And it's like, yeah, they are both screwdrivers. That's true, but you don't use them for the same thing. You can use a flathead in place of a Phillips if you like angle it correctly. If you don't have a Phillips, but like you both are good. They're both screwdrivers, but like, so they both screw things in or unscrew things, but you know, like same thing with a wrench. Not all wrenches are the same. You can't just use a wrench for whatever. Not all nails are the same, or even like a nail versus a screw. Like they look similar, but they're not the same. Like, so, you know, it felt really weird that they were kind of like arguing with me so hard on this, and they're like, wow, and they thought it was strange that I was defending this and saying that these books have historical value. But partly they weren't listening to what I was saying. They wanted, just like I said, like, this is what I learned from To Kill a Mockingbird, and they were like, no, you didn't, you learned this. And it's like, oh well, I, you know, learned the Harlem Renaissance, and they're like, no, you didn't. I learned media literacy. No, you didn't. We've never taught that. It's like, okay, I don't know what you're talking about, but okay. And like the way, and I was just like, I'm not calling them to like make it required, all these works be older works be required reading for everyone. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they are not inherently irrelevant and worthless. That's what I'm saying, and that you might still find value in them that is not necessarily easy to be replaced. Um, like, and not that you have to, because the newer books also have value that isn't easily replaced. It just depends on what value you want. And but they're like, no, you're saying that you uh don't want authors of color and you only want old white men. And I'm like, okay, yeah, old white men like Miss Harper Lee. Sure. That old white man. All right, let's go for it. Um and you know, but okay, old white men, and that you know, like, I'm racist and I don't want any authors of color, and I am ignoring people of color when they say these works upset them and that they shouldn't be in the curriculum and they should not be included and that they're, you know, irrelevant today, and like, you know, and I'm just going against that because I'm racist and because I think they should be required reading because I like the white saviorism and To Kill a Mockingbird, which I don't know how I'm racist, and also like the white saviorism because, like, usually a lot of people who do like the white savior thing aren't openly racist because, like, now it still is racism, I guess, but not in the way where like you just think white people are I mean, I guess kind of you can. I don't but anyway, the point is they just like straight up weren't listening to me. Like, they know what the arguments are that, like, you know, right-wing people who are race like white supremacists make, and they were just like decided that I'm one of them, and it's like a black and white. You either think all those books should be out of the curriculum, or you think that they should be required reading by everyone and the only books in the curriculum. And it's like, okay, well, you keep arguing with me based on telling me what I believe, and it's not what I believe. You want to argue with someone else, not me. And because I don't fit your mold of who you want to argue with, you just keep denying everything I say, twisting my words around into and putting words in my mouth. Because they're not even twisting my words, they're just straight up not listening to me and putting words in my mouth, like, unprompted. And it's like, okay, well, you're just fighting with yourself at this point because, like, you're not actually addressing any of the things I'm saying. You are creating new things, saying I'm saying them and arguing against them, and I'm not even saying that. And I was like, this is crazy. And the other people still come in and they were like, wow, I can't believe you're so racist. I can't believe I read the whole conversation and I thought it was crazy. And I'm like, yeah, right? Isn't it crazy? And they're like, yeah, it's crazy that you're arguing with this people about this. And I'm like, I'm the crazy one? What on earth? Because they also decided to put words in my mouth. And I'm like, I have no idea why you people are so delusional. And like, for some reason, other people, the whole comment section was filled with people saying that these books have value. For some reason, it was just me that everyone was attacking. And again, all I said was, as a historian, I think they have historical value and could still be in the curriculum because they have value as historical works and history is important. And for some reason, everyone found that very offensive. And I am like, I'm not even saying that they have to be taught. I'm just saying they still have value. This is an insane thing to fight me on. Like, Anyway, but the Hughes thing reminded me because I'm like thinking, I'm like, by this point we are in the 1920s. Like President Hughes could be Langston Hughes. I just don't know if they would go to Langston Hughes. We brought in Rockefeller and we brought in James Dean, but I don't know if they're bringing in Langston Hughes, especially because apparently we don't teach Langston Hughes, so no one knows who that is. Only book I can think of replacing was this book you read in school. The theme on the book itself was fine if you remember correctly, but there were a few weirdly graphic, dark, and morbid parts of the book that definitely left a sour feel after reading it. I can't remember the name of it. Yeah, there are some books kind of like that that like hit weird. I remember when I was in 5th grade, I think we read A Taste of Blackberries. That's why blackberry picking, maybe that's why it's so familiar to me because of the blackberry thing. But Taste of Blackberries is like about, I mean, it's kind of like very Bridge to Terabithia-esque. It's about these two boys who go out blackberry picking, and then they come back, and then like one of the other boys died, and then and it's at the beginning of the book though, and then like the whole rest of the like after like chapter 1, like all we saw was them go out picking blackberries in like the neighboring field or something. And then the whole rest of the book is like the alive boy dealing with like the funeral and all the stuff, dealing with the grief of losing his friend. And I'm like, I don't know if, I mean, I guess it's great to like have a book about grief, but I don't know, man, it just kind of felt I didn't like it. I was like, I don't know, I don't want to read about this. Like I just do not want to read about this. But people with that mentality can't be helped or argue with. It's just like toxin. Yeah, I mean like it was just crazy. But the fact that I was getting so many people like that, and like the fact that they were like twisting it around at me and being like, I can't believe you're arguing with a black person. It's like, believe it or not, it's not racist to disagree with someone who's black. That's fine. You can disagree with a black person. Like, they might be an expert, they might have expertise on blackness that I don't have, but I'm a historian. I don't know why I should listen to people who aren't historians, because I don't think this person was a historian. They didn't bring that credential up, at least. I did. And so, like, I don't know why I should listen to them if this is not. And even it's like, well, but yeah, but they're black, so they would know. No, they might not know black history just because they're black. But I had kids, um, like there were kids in school that like would sometimes say things like that. Um, like when I was growing up, who would act like they have knowledge on something because they're like from that culture. And it's like, yeah, but you're wrong though, like factually. And they're like, no, 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 you don't understand. I am from that culture. And it's like, yeah, but like you don't come with an inherent like a download disc of all your culture's history. Like that's not how that works. Like I'm sorry that you are wrong about this thing, but it doesn't like come ingrained in you all of your culture's history. You have to still learn it. It's not just based on vibes. Like I don't understand. You'd rather read the grief book, the book you read generally disturbing themes. No one in class wanted to read any other books you had. Yeah. Um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, there might have been other books. They just didn't hit me. And the Greek book was in 5th grade. I mean, I think we read other, I don't know. I think we read other stuff in like, high school. That was like, some of it was also traumatic, I think, but I don't know. It didn't trauma me, so I was fine. Um, we did read the poem book that Cats is based on. I forget the name of the book. But we read all the poems in that book, and then we watched the uh Broadway Cats because like I just had like one of those teachers, this like 55-year-old woman who puts on way too much makeup and color coords her shoes to her outfit in kind of questionable ways, and also probably wears way too much perfume, has a kind of out of fashion perm in her hair, and she really liked the musical Cats. So we watched Cats and we read the little book of poems to give us an excuse to watch Cats. Like, I just felt so random. Like, why am I going to English class for like 3 days in a row to watch the Broadway production of Cats? Like, not that it's bad. It was just like I'm just watching all these people run around in these like skin tight costumes, acting like cats. And I'm like, this is, I don't know, man. But anyway, so this here, when you mentioned President Hughes, so whoever President Hughes is the following regime. And like so far we have Hillary Clinton, we know, was president at least in 2021 in this universe. James Dean was president in I forget what year that was. 68 maybe. Is that it? Um like during the Nixon time. Instead of Nixon, he beat Nixon. And then Rockefeller was president, presumably into World War One. And then Hughes was president after Rockefeller. Those are the names we know of. We might know a couple other. They might have mentioned other people from the 50s, and it might have just not caught my attention. But I don't know who President Hughes is. Like I said, all I can think of from the 20s, I'm thinking like Langston Hughes, maybe, but I don't know of another Hughes that stands out to me. So let's continue. Maybe it'll say it at some point because they definitely were hinting at it and introducing this new era after Rockefeller. So we might get new characters and stuff introduced. Oh yeah, it's the death ray. Men. Hey men. Okay. Luftschiff Rockefeller 70. Why aren't they pew-pewing? There they go. From on top of the pyramid. They used the anti-Rockefeller
It is a
death
miracle
ray.
that only now the news of my involvement in the Great War has become widely known.
Yeah, you're really
Thankfully,
buddy, here's the thing. Is fun news for you. Rockefeller, if you're so worried and guilty and you feel vulnerable because America might find out that you have been selling weapons to our enemies, I have fun news for you from the 21st century of my universe. A lot of people know that our government sells weapons to our enemies, and apparently people just don't care. So no one will care that you've been selling crowns and to the Germans and helping them develop the Rockefellers. No one's gonna care. No one's gonna care. They're just gonna keep doing it. And use a lot of our money to do so for some reason. Anyway,
information on the crown
they probably buy it back for even more money.
Stay hidden from the public spotlight. I would much rather have the public believe that Germans were the only persons inside when the airships were shot down and crashed in flames. With the tragedy
people don't know about
at the center, and now the airship scandal, known by many as the Rockefeller Revelation, I believe
because we didn't have Watergate in this universe.
Have finally caught up to me.
So we need some scandals.
There are men outside the center who had once been my supporters. Now they want me executed. The policemen have kept the crowds at bay, though I believe that my assassination is, like the revelation, inevitable. To be elected the president of a country is the greatest honor a people can bestow. But at the moment, I do wish to be the famous oil tycoon that young Virginia Arnoldson believed I was. Forgive me.
Wait a minute. Virginia Arnoldson was the girl, right? From the Christmas Tree. She thought Rockefeller was a famous oil tycoon when she zooped into our universe, because their universe from our universe. Her last name's Arnoldson, so she must be related to the other Arnoldsons. So the Arnoldson family is not originally from this universe. I don't know if that's significant. But it is interesting. They're not originally from that universe. They're from our universe. So, okay, we're getting a lot of the pieces together here. It's all coming together. Oh wait, did it say JDR? That's kind of funny. Yeah, JDR. Effects of operation. Stage 1. Disintegrate. The men divide into microscopic parts. What? What? Stage 2. Ambulation. The semi-conscious and unstable remains of the men traverse the desert in an attempt to better understand their condition. What? Oh, are they the little, like, things? Stage 3. Amalgamation. The men are fused together into a more stable being. They look like the lights from the Starry Sphinx. But clearly that's not what it is. But why do they make only one person? Because they split into their parts. Stage 4. Migration. As one, the men return to their homeland. What? I don't like this. But then what does this have to do with anything we've been talking about? Stage 5. Retaliation. The men execute a counterattack. What? Against who? He's going to Canada. On May 23rd, 1937, President Rockefeller entered a bunker underneath 30 Rockefeller Plaza. He was never seen again. Ooh. Is he still there? Has someone considered digging him out? Investigators found that the door of the bunker had been melted open with possibly the most powerful heat ray ever built. Whoa. Oh, the men got to him. To this day, the Rockefeller Foundation considers the president's disappearance as an abduction. But who were those men that were disintegrated? Only 2 photos of the potential suspect were ever released. Who were the disintegrated men? They're not the Crowns. Oh, look, it's the tree. Is that the suspect? I'm kind of confused. Can you see that? See who? No? Oh, there? Is this it? This shape? Oh, is it? Is another one? Like a white one and a black one? Okay, what about this picture? I don't see them. Oh, here. It looks like a ghost. Is that the men? Put trees in the first one. There's like a slight, like, human shape. Like, literally, like, blob looking thing. Kind of. Like, yeah, in the first one. Yeah, right here. Here's like the head, right? Here's the, can kind of see the legs, right? Here's the, like, where the legs are. Here's like the crotch area, right? Leg, torso. It's like a stick figure, kind of. Little stick torso. arm going down here, arm going down here, and then like a head here. And then back here, this kind of can look like a head. This maybe could be an arm. This little thing could be an arm. This part is a torso, and then a leg here. Oops. And a leg here, right? The legs are like what really stick out. The leg and the leg. And then you can kind of, if you like judge it upwards, you can kind of see the ball of the head. Yeah. Like there's a second one right to the right of them. Does it over here? I think this is just a tree. Maybe there's more. It's kind of hard. There's a little bit of blurring, but like this is just tree. I don't think there's anything else that specifically fits to right of the tree. Maybe. I'm not seeing that one. Kind of here. Are we seeing these are the legs maybe? There's nothing I can see where there's like also a head and arms and stuff. But for sure then, I don't know, it says you see them, but it doesn't say the same thing in this other picture. So maybe it's just the white one. Maybe this black thing in the back isn't it. It might just be this white one here. And then in this one, the same white thing here. Here you can see the head and the body and the shoulders sort of like better. But then you can kind of trace the legs down to here. Guy huddling behind a thin tree, like he's leaning on it. I don't think so. Oh, I'm not seeing it. I think they're just supposed to be these like standing man emoji shapes. I think. And because they're like the disintegrated, they're all these guys who were disintegrated and then disintegration, and then they turn into the blobs, and then they wandered the desert, and then they formed a single blob of molecules, and then they flew back to get retaliation. But I don't know, like apparently they were disintegrated. The effects of what operation? This operation? Operation Pyramid Plasma. Are these the men who were disintegrated? Because I don't think it's the people. Maybe it's the people from the Rockefeller. But I don't know how many people were in the Rockefeller. We know there's a bunch of crowns inside, but not like full people. But there are gunmen right here, right? And these are the steering like propellers. So there are some people here, but like there shouldn't be that many people manned in this thing, right? Maybe it's these dudes, but like why were they disintegrated? It doesn't look like it. See, because they're still there. The men, the men. Why were there less men on the right side than on the left side? That's confusing to me. And they blob, and then they counterattack. And that's the men. Okay. They disintegrated. It's disintegration. They got like disintegrated somehow. Someone got disintegrated in this in Operation Pyramid Plasma, where they used the anti-airship death ray to destroy the airship. And then yeah, stage 1 disintegration. The men divide into microscopic parts. There they go. Let's just rewatch this part. They divide into microscopic parts. The ray disintegrated them? Maybe. Because those are the same men from like the picture, so then they ambulate. They traverse the desert in an attempt. Oh yeah, so they were probably on the pyramid. So that's why they were in the desert. Because they were on the pyramid. In Egypt, presumably. And then they fuse together into a single being. A more stable being. into one dude. And I think that's like the fuzzy white guy. And then migration, they return to their homeland, so they come back to the US. And there they are, crossing Africa, crossing the Atlantic, coming back to Florida. And then retaliation. They execute a counterattack. So, which I guess is against Roosevelt. Unless those are the men from inside, because like I don't know why we call it a counterattack if Roosevelt's own men are doing this. I mean, kind of like he did it to them, but it wouldn't be. So maybe it is the Germans. No, but this isn't their homeland, so it does have to be Rockefeller's dudes, because if they're in the airship, they would be Germans, and Germany would be their homeland. Unless we're talking about the crowns, but the crowns are only the heads, they're not the full body. So it shouldn't be, because the crowns are originally from the US, and they would have been destroyed in the shooting of the airship. But I don't think, because they definitely implied that it was full dudes here. And they look the same as these dudes on the pyramid. So it's probably those guys. And then they were these weird shapes. Okay. Next video. Yeah, we'll probably just finish watching season 2 here today. Because then there's also the Nixon verse, which is kind of like almost, it's not a season 3 of Monument Mythos, but it's kind of its own season. Most of the videos are only 4 or 5 minutes long, except there's one that's 40. So maybe we'll watch that another day. And then there's Monument Mythos season 3, which is 45 minutes. Okay, so we have Washington Wonderland.
Skip the rental counter with Turo. Rent just about any car, just about anywhere.
All right, everybody, it's time. Not just to go back to school, but to come back and move forward.
Don't know what you're talking about, lady. Okay, so we have this video is 15 minutes, and then we have a 5-minute video, a 12-minute video, and the Liberty Lurkers again. What? We already did the Liberty Lurkers. We have another Liberty Lurker? Or no, sorry. Yeah, Liberty Lurker. Wow, another Liberty Lurker. How about that? So we have this video, which is 16 minutes, then we have a 5-minute video, 12-minute video, and an 11-minute video. And then that's the end of season 2 of Monument Mythos. So that's probably all the time we'll have for tonight for sure. Yeah, the Nixon verse. One word. So after an unsuccessful lobotomy, Virginia Fate Arnold, oh, her middle name was Fate, that's crazy. Virginia Fate Arnoldson provided a more complete account of the Rockefeller Tree tragedy. This is her account. So excited to hear more about Virginia. Oh, it's kind of funny her name's Virginia. That's also the name of a state.
Something went wrong with me. And
this is post-lobotomy. So, worth noting.
My parents, my new ones, did not like me, so they left me. My foster parents did not like me either. So, I was left at an orphanage. Some of my friends were better off, but many were left at the orphanage too. We loved each other. We stuck together. Until
the other
we were
kids
18, then we were separated. The military took the boys, and the doctors took the girls.
Oh, I don't like that.
They probably do not remember the tree anymore. Soon, I will not remember either. But I hope you will remember. Remember for me. When the tree changed me, I was not scared. At first, I did not know what was wrong with me. When my eyes adjusted, I was in a field of special trees. I was reminded of a story my ma told me. Alice in Wonderland. The This was my wonderland. I held myself close and looked up. The trees looked like they ended, but above them there were upside-down trees, and above those there were upright trees, like they were being reflected forever. The pattern repeated for as far as I could see. I looked down, and I thought I was on solid ground, but when I looked more closely, I was sitting on a thin, floating layer of dust. It smelled like baby powder. And through the dust, I could see the start of another tree. And below that one, there was another.
It was rough, buddy.
And another. An infinity of trees. While I played with the dust, I heard distant footsteps.
Oh, I wouldn't play with the dust. I'd feel like I'd fall through.
Louder. Then there were bright flashes of light all around me. Out from these lights, hundreds of people ran out. One man came up to me and whispered, "The trees are not the trees." He had such sad, tired eyes.
Who is it, I wonder?
And put me on his shoulders, he said, "You could be her. Anyone could be her. I promise I will not leave you." There was a bright flash, and we were in another field. He was sitting in front of me with his hands out. Another flash, and we were both running past through the woods. Another flash, and we were both lying on the ground, looking at infinity. Every few seconds there was a flash, and we would be doing something else. Again, and again, and again. Over and over and over. It would not stop.
This is kind of reminding me of like Crawford and Nina, as well as Maya and her dad.
So angry at first.
Like there's a lot of like dad and little girls.
I had those sad, tired eyes of his too. We were so sad and tired. Every now and then we would flash to another layer of dust. Above or below, who knows? But we would always see the climbers. I think there were people who tried to climb the trees while they were flashed around. They were stretched and burnt. Maybe the dust was the people that fell. The man was always with me. He kept me safe the whole time. It must have been years. It felt like 500 years. I named him Everett.
Interesting.
He was always there. He never left me.
Kind of a random name.
Everett was my best friend. Then on one random day, no time, one random time, all the trees bent, and a flash brought me back to New York. All my friends were around me, but this was another New York.
But at least all your friends showed up, like.
And I lost Everett. I ruined everything.
It feels like you spent a long time separated from them in Wonderland.
Why did I not stay home?
Because you wanted to put the star on the tree.
For me and my friends, I ruined their lives.
You couldn't have known the tree would zap you into an alternate universe. No one ever expects that.
It was a hard time. I will keep memories of the orphanage to myself. They do not matter to you. When I was 18,
I'm intrigued by memories of the orphanage.
I looked for my new parents. They were not together anymore. My new pa died from a broken heart, and my new ma lived all by herself. She did not let anyone into her house anymore.
That's sad.
All because of me.
I mean,
can you please just hear me out? No, all work management platforms are the
this
same.
This is a really weird interjection.
Is the one you actually love to use. It lets you set up.
I wanted my old parents back. I went to the Rockefeller Center for an answer. The tree stood at the top of the plaza, above everyone else. I was never supposed to visit again.
Oh, I remember we saw the trees. We saw that like footage of Rockefeller Plaza. The trees on
her.
top. Just like we saw the trees on top of
At
the
first,
Washington Monument.
I could not understand her.
Did we see the tree on the Washington Monument? We at least saw the tree at Rockefeller Center. I remember that now.
It was cold, and I could not move. But soon, I could understand. She said that I had to be ready to exchange one life for my own.
What?
She understood that I wanted to go back home, to my New York. She said, come back in 3 years. And I did. I waited 1,095 days. I returned 3 years later. At first, I could not understand her. Her voice was like a breeze behind my eyes. It was cold, and I could not move. But eventually, I could understand. She said that I had to be ready to exchange one life for my own. She understood that I wanted to go back home, to my New York.
You already said this part.
She said, come back in 3 years. And I did. I waited 1,095 days.
It's messing with my head.
3 years later. At first, I could not understand her. Her voice was like a breeze behind my eyes. It was cold, and I could not move. But eventually, I could understand. She said that I had to be ready to exchange one life for my own. She understood that I wanted to go back home, to my New York. She said, come back in 3 years. And I did. I waited 1,095 days.
He seems to be glitching out a little.
I waited.
Okay.
A man. He was a very important man.
Rockefeller?
Agent.
No, okay, never mind.
He followed me everywhere. One day, I found him waiting inside my house.
Creepy.
He told me that he was here to monitor me.
Uh-huh.
To watch and
yeah, of course he'd say it that way. Yeah, we know
But he had fallen in love with me.
Gross.
No one else liked me. So we took each other. We grew close.
Oh, man. I'm so sad that that secret agent
Leonard
is abusing you.
Me.
Leonard doesn't love you.
Too.
You don't really know him, probably.
We had a baby boy.
That's a shame.
I named him Everett.
Why are you so fixated?
Died for 9 months
on Everett.
The tree again. She put directions in my head. I followed those directions. I walked for 4 days. I had to. I wanted to go home so badly. But I became so happy when I could hear the music. It was like the tree's voice, but warm. The Washington Monument looked much bigger in person. Its door went up high, like it was for something much bigger. Then I went inside. There were bodies everywhere. The breeze told me to relax. I went on the elevator. It went up. All the way up. It stopped at the top, and the music blared. It was so loud I could not move. The floor opened, and I fell all the way down. I felt myself hit the ground. Then I kept drifting down, past the ground, past rock, sand, and magma, through the layers of earth. It must have been years. It felt like 500 years. When I reached the other side, and I felt myself rising through all the layers of earth,
Pushing up right on this side.
sand and rock, past the ground, back into a body. Another body. Almost the same body. And flattened like a little red pancake. But I felt so empty. My belly had sunk. Little Everett was not with me anymore. Many others laid
Weird little
around
potato
me,
chip break.
broken like me, almost alive and completely still. But little Everett was nowhere. While everyone else exchanged for their own lives themselves, I must have exchanged little Everett for mine. I cried. I cried for years. We all bled into the ground for years. Why did the tree keep us alive? Did they like pain? Did they drink our blood? Was there any reason for any of it? I lost little Everett. He had no say.
Yeah, but like, didn't you know you were doing that?
Say his first word.
He wasn't even born, man.
Ruined his
The
life.
tree that told you
Maybe he
that
lives
you were
in Wonderland.
going to sacrifice a life.
I
Like,
hope he lives in Wonderland. One day, one random day, the music grew, and there was the brightest flash. We found ourselves outside, at the base of the tower. The tree had been freed, and we were in a field of trees. Wonderland had risen, but little Everett was still missing. We were all lifted out in helicopters. I was at the hospital faster than ever before. They told me it was 2003. They told me everything I knew was wrong. They told me everyone I knew was dead. And now they plan to fix me. I'm sorry, Pa. I'm sorry, Ma. I'm sorry, friends. I'm sorry, Leonard. I'm sorry, Everett. Please remember me.
Everett or little Everett?
Please remember me.
After a second lobotomy, Virginia never spoke again. Well, but later in her life, she produced a series of paintings titled The Right Life. So, kind of confused. The current her, the previous world erased? I don't think so. I mean, the previous world's still there. Mothpot and I. My friends and I. Leonard. Yeah, Leonard and I. Everett and her. There they all are. Her friends, Everett, Leonard, her mom, Pa, together. Virginia passed away in 1980 at the age of 59. Okay, see, that's what I want to make sure, because I thought during this interview, it was like in like the 60s or something. So like from something they said at the beginning of when, like after her lobotomy or something, which was in an unsuccessful lobotomy. Oh, I just said after an unsuccessful lobotomy, so it didn't really say what year it was. But I was getting the vibe of like the 60s or whatever, especially because like the microphone quality, right? But she said she came to the other world in 2003. But like, what happened after that? Like, how'd she get back to this world? Yeah. So what happened was Okay, so she, she was in her original timeline. She got zapped to the other world, right? And in her original timeline, sounds like it was our world or a world similar to ours, where Rockefeller is like an oil baron, and then in and she went to go put the star in the tree, and then zoop, she went into that other world. Well, she went into Wonderland, right? And then that's where she saw all the trees kind of mirroring each other. Um, uh, this situation.
Dick's epic
Oh my
4th of July
God, don't
sale
make
is
me
on.
watch an
Take
ad
20% off bog bags and igloo coolers.
because I'm going
25%
back
off.
in the video. Hate you. Freaking. Yeah, this situation right here. Right, so she was in Wonderland where there are a lot of trees next to her, but all those trees are like this, right? And these are all separate worlds and stuff. And then she meets Everett there and they play or something, but she becomes sad and tired just like he is. And then the trees all bend and she gets zapped into the other New York. And so this is the end of the video that we saw last time, where this is the New York where Rockefeller becomes president. Um, and and her parents, like, she's like, these aren't my parents, and she's different from the kid that they knew, and and her friends, right? Some of the, like, two of the boys she was with, like, have different last names in this universe and stuff, right? And then and her parents, like, can't deal with her because they're like, this isn't my daughter. And so they get sent to the orphanage. uh Her new parents have rough times. When she gets out of the orphanage, she sees them. Well, she's sent to foster family, and then they didn't like her, so then she got sent to the orphanage. And her friends, who got zapped from the other world with her, and I don't know how they, like, all zapped her, because she spent this whole little time with Everett here, right? But then by the time she ended up in New York, her friends from the old New York were also here with her. So I don't know what they did in Wonderland with Everett here, but they were back in New York with her, and a bunch of them also ended up in the orphanage because, again, their parents were like, this isn't my kid. And then her mom was sad and alone. Her dad died. Her new dad died of a broken heart, and her new mom died sad and alone. She then went to Rockefeller Center and saw the tree. That's where she kept going, and the tree kept being like, no, come back again later. You have to be ready to sacrifice a life. And she's like, but I want to go to my New York. And the tree's like, nope, you have to be ready to sacrifice a life. And then eventually, why is this part the most replayed?
While I waited, I met.
Oh, maybe it's just because that's when things here got repetitive and people were like, I'm skipping. And then they were like, wait a minute. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Okay, but then she meets Leonard, who was tailing her, which would make sense because the government would have, like, had eyes on her, because, like, that's hella suspicious with the trees and everything. Like, she knows stuff. So there's a guy tailing her. He apparently fell in love with her. He got her pregnant. Then she goes back. The next time she goes back to the tree, she has an extra life to sacrifice. So the tree's like, all right, you need to go to this place. So she does. And the place is the Washington Monument. And she hears the music that we've been told it has. She goes inside and there's all those bodies on the floor. She goes up in that little elevator thing. And then, it drops her down. She knocks through the ground, and, like, we're back into this idea of, like, all these trees, like, one on top of another. So she, like, goes through the ground under this tree, essentially, and she keeps falling and falling until she ends up falling through to another tree that must be opposite hers, right? A tree that is like, this is her original tree, a tree that's facing this direction, right? The mirror reflection of her tree, so that when she's, like, falling into it from the bottom, like, her body's, like, right here at the base of that tree, right? And so she falls down and it's like, bam, through this, and then she crashes into her body here. But the body isn't in all these others. Maybe it's because there is no body in these other, like, universes, and until she found right until she got caught on a universe where there was a body for her. It's kind of like how, like, you maybe can't fit the square peg through the circle hole, right? And so she can't find a landing until she finds like a body that will kind of like the opposite of that kind of, but so she can only stop when she hits a body that is like a body of her or some version of her. And so none of these universes must have her body at the bottom of the tree, except for this one. So she bams into that body, presumably. Is how I would imagine it. That's completely my guess for that. That's 100% speculation on my part for like why she falls for so long. But then she hits it, but then she is not pregnant on that other side, so she lost her baby. But she had to give up a life. And then she's laying here though, she's alive, but she can't move because her body's broken because her body has also fallen from the top of the elevator in the Washington Monument. And so she's broken down at the bottom, and all these other people around here are also broken, but they gave up their lives. And she was pregnant, so she gave up Everett's life, baby Everett's life. But these people gave up their own life for this trip. But like they're still alive for some reason. I'm not really sure how that works or why she's in the same boat as they are. Like, shouldn't her body be restored? Because she didn't give up her life, she gave up someone else's. So I don't fully understand that part. Um, but she's sad because she's not pregnant anymore. And then they come and extract her. They tell her it's 2003, and she's sad because again, this isn't the right life that she had been trying to get to. She had wanted to go to her old life, and she ended up in a completely different life that was even more different than the one she had left, like her previous new life. But she died in 1980. Wait, how old was she then? So she was 30. Okay, so she was born in 21. Right, yeah. Yeah. So oh wait, I didn't even read the next bit of this. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, wait. Okay, never mind. I was gonna ask about this. Okay, hold on. Okay. God, I was so caught up with this first part. This part is like also okay. So okay, so she's born 1921, so she dies in 1980. So when Roosevelt said like he wanted to be like who Virginia thought him, I guess he was referring to uh after, because of course the Rockefeller, like his involvement with the Germans and the war where the Germans attacked and the whole men and stuff. Yeah, that's yeah, exactly. But that happened like with Rockefeller and the airship and the death ray and everything happened in like 1918, I guess. And then during World War One, and then Virginia wasn't even born until 1921, and so then the Virginia thing happens, and then I forget how old she was. Was she like 8 or 9 or something like that? But then in the 30s, that's when Rockefeller was talking, and he was like, I wish I could be like the oil baron, the oil tycoon that little Virginia saw me as. Um, and I think Rockefeller was president as well. So I don't know how long Rockefeller was actually president, to be honest. Um, but yeah, so anyway, but she dies in 1980. But then I'm not sure because like end of her story is like, and then I was in 2003. And it's like, okay, so you were like in 2003, but in but how did you get back to presumably her old universe, the second universe she was in, not her original one, but the second one, where Roosevelt is president, the Dean, the James Dean universe. Um, how did she get to that one again? Is kind of like what I'm now confused about. Because she definitely went to, if not back to this one, to a different one for sure. Because like you can't be in 2003 and then all of a sudden die in 1980 you know, but like in 1965 be talking about how you ended up somewhere in 2003. Like obviously that doesn't make sense. So even if this video is not from her second universe, which it seems to be probably because I feel like most of our videos are set in that universe, the Rockefeller Dean universe. But it feels like she went back to that one. Like it feels like it is. But even if it's not, it's definitely not the one where she was in 2003. So, but then her son Everett, the baby, is believed to be the 20th Washington absentee. So that's kind of crazy. Because again, yeah, like we said, there were 20 Washington absentees, but when they opened up the Washington Monument and saw all the people, there were 19 of them. And again, like we noticed, they were like, that was weird. Like you said there were 20 and then there's 19 and they only show 19 pictures. And we were like, what? What happened to the 20th? And so Everett is the 20th. Who like she, but that also implies that the version of her in this universe, no wait, no, because we're back into the universe where she was pregnant. This video, I believe, is from Everett's original universe. So yeah, it would make sense that like, so they just counted her as two people. They said 20 people went missing because they were like, okay, well, Virginia and Everett went missing. And then when they went into the Washington Monument and then they brought out 19 people, because by the time she must have come back, right? That's the thing, is she must have gone to 2003 and then reversed the process and gone back somehow to her original, not her original timeline, but her second timeline. And she either wasn't pregnant anymore again, and she just like Everett just poofed out of existence, or or they just didn't count him as like a person recovered because like he wasn't born yet, you know. So when they said they took 19 people out, they might not have, and because they might have even said 19 bodies, right? And then they might not have included him as a separate body because he wasn't born yet. He was still in Virginia's body. So, huh. But it's interesting that is the 20th Washington. So now we have that mystery accounted for. Okay. 3 videos left.
When emergency strikes, first responders are the first ones in, but on outdated networks.
Air Force One Fallen Angel. We already saw a video by this title, right? The same thing with the Liberty Lurkers as well. No, we just saw Air Force One Angel. Okay. So we're revisiting some of the monuments. So last time we saw Liberty Lurker, we saw Alcatraz Attack, and we saw Air Force One Angel. Oh, I guess we also saw Dean Democracy. And here we had Dean Disaster. And then we saw Rockefeller Tree Tragedy last time. And then this time we saw Rockefeller Revelation. And then this is Air Force One Fallen Angel. We also have Liberty Lurkers, which I guess Liberty Lurkers. The first time was Liberty Lurker. But the next video in this, after this one, is Liberty Lurkers, plural. And then last time we saw Alcatraz Attack. Our last video of season 2 is Alcatraz Apocalypse. So, yeah, Lincoln Looker, yeah. Lincoln Looker and Liberty Lurker. Which Liberty Lurker is creepy, Lincoln Looker is just kind of funny. So they very similar, but they kind of have different vibes. Okay, this is Air Force One Fallen Angel. Air Force One Angel, what was that about? It was like Air Force One saved someone or something. I forget exactly. Simulation of strike, property of maze. Okay. August 2003. You know, actually we have seen a lot of 2003 mentioned. But I don't know, like, when. I haven't really been super paying attention to the 2000s dates. After making various stops across the United States, Air Force One flew into the restricted airspace of Washington, D.C. Wait. Is any area of Washington, D.C. restricted to Air Force One? That's my question. Isn't Air Force One allowed to, in theory, fly into any airspace? Like, I get they probably need to, like, tell controllers and stuff, local controllers in the area, but I feel like there's nowhere restricted for Air Force One. I think it's something about Air Force One flying by itself. Oh, yeah, it was something like that. After extensive evaluation, the United States Air Force took action. Wait, let's review, because clearly it's flying into airs, because I mean, this is a different Air Force One than ours. So let's review the old Air Force One video. Air Force One Angel. It's 2.5 minutes long. It's fine.
It's the Disneyland Resort 70th celebration, and
yeah, theoretically, it should be able to fly anywhere in the United States. But this is a different universe. So we need to review the. On August 17th, 2003, Air Force One made an unannounced trip across the continental United States. Many civilians claim to have seen the aircraft drop packages on various national monuments. Oh, right. Okay, so August 17th is the date in this. Oh, such a thing of beauty. Nature is beautiful. Look at it go. Okay, and then it went to DC, dropped stuff off at Mount Rushmore. And then it went to Alcatraz. Oh, but it's interesting that the Grand Canyon is not one of the monuments. So the Grand Canyon must just be for housing the crowns? Or like, okay, the Statue of Liberty. So the Grand Canyon is for the crowns, for making crowns. But it must not be... yeah, it's different from the monuments. For some reason I always thought like the Grand Canyon would be one of the monuments, but I guess it makes sense because it's not man-made. These other monuments are all man-made to house a tree. Nature is healing. Air Force One is flying. Yep. I mean, that's what I imagine with the beautiful nature music. Oh, right. And then we... Is that the thing? The disintegrated men? White House officials later disclosed that the unusual flight of Air Force One was unauthorized and unmanned. The lone figure seen inside the plane, dubbed the Air Force One Angel, has yet to be identified by federal authorities. That kind of looks like the disintegrated men. Okay, well let's go back now to watch Air Force One Fallen Angel. Little alien dude just wanted to fly. He just wants to fly to plane. Okay. Simulation of strike, property of maze. So it's a simulation of... Oh, just August. Okay, I wasn't sure. The other date was August 17th, was when the actual flight happened. After making various stops across the United States, Air Force One flew into the restricted airspace of Washington, D.C. So it, like, flew back to D.C. Could be disintegrated men. Okay, we mentioned them flying around. Yeah, that's what I think. I think it's the... I mean, because the men came back later because they killed Roosevelt, but, like, that looked... The shape in the plane looked like a, fuzzy white outline. Wait, did I miss anything? No, okay. The same. This is replayed I can see. Oh, okay. Mission accomplished. What's this business? What's this business? Wait a minute. What? What? Why do we separate this? And also, what's happening up here? The United States of America. Okay. All three of them? Legally known as the United Zones of America. Oh, okay. The Alcatraz Zone. Oh, because it's the monuments, the Rushmore Zone, and the Liberty, or the Washington. Oh, wait, the Washington Monument? Well, what about the Statue of Liberty? The 3 zone capitals. Awaste? Pahasapa? And Nakotchtank. Ex tribus unum from 3 out of 3 1. Okay, yeah, checks out. Yeah, 3 states. Al Gore's America is a shell for the true ruler beneath our feet. Okay, so Al Gore was president in 2003. It is time for the underground god to leave. He does not belong here. But the world egg cannot hatch without cores. We must fracture the zones ourselves. We must split the earth open. What? Once it leaves, there will be peace and a state for each and every person. And we each get a state, yay! No more zones. But the cracks will be the true borders. Okay. Oh, it's getting a little bit more legible. Or, like, audible. Oh, good. Anti-device association. Well, okay, I'm kind of confused about the... So was it originally the Anti-Dean Association, and then they just changed to the Anti-Device Association, and then now they are, well, I guess they were the Anti-Device Association was probably against the personal computers, because I thought they were against Twitter, but the Twitter thing in the Suez Canal and the Ever Given was from 2021. So, but this is from 2003. And so the Anti-Device Association would have been before 2003. But they're still around, I think, in 2021. So basically the ADA can stand for a lot of things. The Anti-Dean Association is the Anti-Device Association, and apparently the Advocates for the Division of America. Their fallen angel. That's Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Oh. A little rude. The Horned Serpent. That was all the... Oh, okay, so it is. It is the amalgamation. It is the disintegrated men. Anti-Horned Serpent. Okay, so this is the Horned Serpent was the company that was making the personal computer devices. Anti-Dean evolved into Anti-Device after. Yeah, I would say so, but the problem is that like this is from this ADA, the Advocates for the Division of America, is from 2023, and the device thing was before this, but I thought the anti-device thing was also against the Twitter devices from 2021. Because the Twitter thing was to do, because they kind of did like the Ever Given was in the Suez Canal, just like it was in our universe. We got a little stuck in there. And then the solution in this universe was that the US worked with Egypt, and Egypt greenlit the US to explode an atomic bomb, not on the Ever Given, but farther down the canal, so that the waves generated would push the Ever Given, would dislodge the Ever Given. But they couldn't destroy the Ever Given itself because it had way too much value for the world. And it turns out the value was just a bunch of stuff, in particular, a lot of Twitter devices, because in the 70s, they started making personal computers, and then they built factories for the personal computers around the country in different locations, which kind of created a serpent pattern. And so then that kind of got called the horned serpent. And then, yeah, yeah, nuke will free the boat. And they didn't even hit the boat. They just like hit the water. It was like, wow, a little extreme. And then everyone hated the US for doing it. But it's like, dude, Egypt said that they can, man. I don't know. Blame Egypt. But then the thing with that was then like the boat started walking around because like this big crab creature, because it grew a bunch of legs at the skinny little legs at the bottom, and then walked around. And then like a bunch of people went to Egypt to see it, and a bunch of people were in the Cairo Tower, and they went up into the tower to see it, and then it kind of veered because it was coming through Cairo, and then it veered course towards the tower, and they were like, uh-oh, it's coming this way. Everyone get out of the tower. But everyone was like, no, I want to see it. I want to see it. I don't want to leave the tower. And then it came near the tower and it tripped and fell. Oopsies. And it hit the tower, knocked the tower over. Well, and a bunch of the cargo containers slammed into the tower, and like it killed like thousands of people, or like 900 some people or something like that, in the destruction there. And then they created, it was within the like the like Cairo exclusion zone or something like that, and they didn't allow people in. But then a lot of people, when word got out that the containers were filled of like American products, like clothes and Twitter devices in particular, and that's why the US government had been so reluctant to destroy the ship, was because it had a lot of very expensive Twitter devices. And so there's an announcement that was like, American people, go reclaim your wealth and your goods. And then like 1,000 Americans booked flights for Cairo, and they all stormed the exclusion zone, and they got their objects and stuff. And eventually though, they like then barricaded them in with tanks and set up like barriers and stuff around it. And because there was a lot of rioting and a lot of like people fighting and killing each other over some of the, like a really bad Black Friday sale. And and then the Cairo police like set up, the Egyptian military like set up these barriers, and all the people were trying to get out, and they were pressing each other up against the barriers, and then a lot of people died from the physical pressure in this stampede. And the only people who really survived were a little group of people around the crab ship, who were praying to it, and they were like, oh, the god, the crab, the god of the Ever Given told us that if we pray to it, it will save us. But there were a lot of other people who had been praying around them who had also though died. So like they were like, nope. So then they started their own new little cult, but that was like the Cairo Stampede or something like that. But then there was kind of like this, like, I recall they said something like what kind of like an anti-consumerism thing, I think, around that moment. Maybe that wasn't when the anti-device thing happened, but I thought the anti-device thing was also about the Twitter devices, and how the they exploded a nuclear bomb and there was this huge stampede and all of that just about these like little Twitter devices. I thought that was also the anti-device thing, but that was in 2021. And so if the ADA had already changed to Advocates for the Division of America, then it wouldn't be the Anti-Device Association anymore. But maybe the Anti-Device Association was just about the personal computers, and it wasn't about the Twitter thing. That might be me misremembering like what I saw 3 hours ago. Yeah. But anyway, there are a lot of ADAs that are happening, is the point. And this then is getting rid of the horned serpent, which is getting rid of those computers and stuff like that. What else? There was something here that I was like, oh yeah, and the thing is definitely the thing that apparently was, here it says simulation, but it must be just a simulation of what shooting down Air Force One must have happened. This is just like a simulation of it because they don't have it recorded, I am assuming. What they mean by simulation. And then whatever this business is. And then but it must have been driven because here it says it got shot down at, I don't know, it kind of is a little confusing the way they word it. It was either it was shot down, the restricted airspace was the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, or if it passed the restricted airspace, they shot it down and then it landed on the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, is where it crashed. But whoever was manning the Air Force One Angel, who's now Fallen Angel because he was shot down, that was the same entity that killed, according to this egg thing, it was the same entity who killed Rockefeller. So it probably is, as we suspected both times, that amalgamation of the disintegrated men. And then it's gonna come back to this, whoever this is, or the League, or the Association, the Advocates for the Division of America. Oh, which makes sense because it was working for the Advocates for the Division of America, because all of America must have been connected by these companies. The connection of all the manufacturing plants and stuff like that, and May's media connecting America through the horned serpent kind of design, covering, kind of connecting all of America in this like serpentine pattern. But they're for the Division of America, which is why dropping these parcels, because it said that all these zones were created, and the Division of America was created by the monuments. So I don't know if you watch this. Time for the underground god to leave. Oh, the horned serpent is the underground god. Okay, because the snakes are underground deities. The world cave. Wait, do they like the underground god? But didn't you make the zones? That's a lot of states to learn. The state song is going to be really long. How we divide them with our fallen angel. So they want to fix him. And he's got to be a walking atom bomb. What does that even do? He will evict the horned serpent. Same way he evicted the traitor, President Rockefeller, from reality. But who is the horned serpent a person? Or is it just the entity of the horned serpent? Because you're kind of saying it's like this god, but like, I remember it being like a media entity type of thing. So, the unification of 1980 was short-lived, as state borders were restored by the end of the... Oh wait, did this happen? No, but this Air Force One happened in 2003. What are you talking about? State borders were restored by the end of the decade. Wait. Oh, did this happen? What? I don't understand. This happened in 2003. Did they reset the time? Because we also had this thing with Virginia saying she went to 2003 and then she died in 1980. so confused. So this map was from 1980, but what does that have to do with the 2003 thing? Al Gore's America. Okay, yeah. And I'm assuming Al Gore, like everyone seems to be roughly within their time frame. So I'm assuming we're still talking about the 2000 election for Al Gore. So he won that and would have been president in 2003. A flashback. No, but like, I mean, I guess maybe. But why did this happen? Like, why did the unification happen? Hold on, I need to go back to watch that other video from earlier. Oh yeah. By the end, by the unification of 1980, so by the end of the 80s, however, it was restored. How due to the extent of the unification of 2003? Okay, here we go. I should have waited. State borders are not expected to be restored within the century. The ADA refuses to recognize the 3 zones and their capitals. Wait. Okay, so the ADA does not like the zones. But how did the unification happen? I'm switching between different right now. See, we do have both of them here. But why did the unifications happen? Hey, look, there's our guy. Look, there he is. He's very clear in this picture. He's on the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. 2003, photographed by the ADA, property of Mays. Okay. Because the ADA said they found him first. Okay, I need to go back and watch Mays Movie Maker, I think.
Sometimes it can feel like there's no way out of treatment-resistant depression. You take one antidepressant after another.
I'm very confused what this is going to advertise.
It's like you're going in circles.
They're like, oh yeah, you have anti-treatment depression. No treatment will help. Well, have you tried our treatment? Bro, this doesn't work. Okay. Okay, they're making a computer. Maze Maker. Popcorn is like the computer. Popcorn Prime is the fastest personal computer on Earth. Your popcorn is waiting. Okay. Maze. Maze manufacturing plant, 1960 to 1971. See, now this is like the Horned Serpent. Starts over there. Moves down California. Arizona. I think Utah. I think Wyoming. South Dakota. Or maybe North Dakota. I think South Dakota. Maybe Nebraska. I'm pretty sure it's Missouri. Pretty sure that's Arkansas. Pretty sure that's... Or like they're on the borders of states, I'm pretty sure. Because this feels like Arkansas-Tennessee border. This is like the Mississippi-Alabama border. This is the border of few. This is like... Feels pretty solid Virginia, but... So those were the plants for making... Maze manufacturing plants, and they were making popcorn computer because maize is like corn and popcorn is like popcorn. Okay. Maze and the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission wants you to know about the mandatory recall of all their computers. Outbreaks report personal computers may pose a risk to American lives and infrastructure. Problems with computers and critical hazardous technology center. That was important to us. So computers be bad. But we're not getting a date on that. 1960, Maze Machines were founded by Rob Carreras and Rob Watroba. In 1969, President Dean establishes the Department of Technology, uniting all major computer corporations and allocating billions of dollars toward technological advancement.
Now this delegation
is that connected to the hearing aid thing?
pays him this ovation and rises to its feet.
By 1970, Mays produces the first personal video camera and home computer. Okay, this is 1960 to 1971 are the Mays manufacturing plants. So in 1970 was when they made popcorn. 1972, Mays collaborates with the Department of Defense to initiate the first system to control the True Forces of Mass... Oh, that's the TFMDs, right? True Forces of Mass Destruction. Project Horn Serpent. Wait, okay, so this is the... It is Mays' collaboration with the Department of Defense to initiate the first system to control the True Forces of Mass Destruction. Which must be the trees. I'm assuming. In 1980, Mays is attacked. In 1990, the last American person. Okay, so then like Mays is attacked. This is Mays is attacked, including and the country was unified. Because Mays was involved with the Department of Defense and the TFMDs, and then the ADA must have attacked Mays, and probably with the personal computers, and so that must be when they started recalling the computers. And by 1990, the last personal computer was shut down. In 2000, we've learned from our mistakes. Okay. Control is confidence, and today there are no doubts. With Mays Movie Maker, now you can take control. Mays. And this is exploring the facility under Mays. Beware the monuments, they're all connected. The military industrial complex grows. Okay, so this is like the ADA. Settings message, and here's a cave underneath. What happened here? It said blah, 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 blah. Do not visit these sites. They have not been fed in years. Filmed by Maya and Nathaniel Arnoldson. Okay, so Maya and Nathaniel. Nathaniel is her dad. And there's Maya. Okay. And that was who went down here. So the Arnoldsons have been exploring. Whoever Maya and Nathaniel are. Okay, I also I want to then revisit a couple other things. I want to visit the Crown Canyon from last time. No, not Crown Canyon. Canyon Crown. The Arnoldson was Eric. When she said that like he had died, it was Nathaniel. When she said her dad died or whatever. But I don't know about in this one. Yeah, see, because there's a girl and a guy, but I don't know if that's... Oh, the bottom is different. This bit used to be cut off. The side used to be cut off. It used to be like full screen. Now it's smaller. Why did that happen? I mean, that's good, so you can see all the info, but I'm like kind of confused why it happened. That's fine. Because like clearly Maya isn't like just like a nobody who's like, then I saw something really weird. Like, she's not just being like, you know, this is in disguise, you know? She's like spying in disguise. Now, apparently this is one of the crowns. Smell like vinegar! Right, because they gave... Okay, we need to go back to the Giza Guardian video, too, and see the part about vinegar. I need to remember exactly what they said about vinegar. Oh, it's also really interesting that she said it smelled like vinegar, and in Virginia's video, she said that Wonderland place smelled like baby powder. So I don't know if this Maya is Virginia, maybe she just has like a different name here. Because that'd be interesting, because then like, because she's very like smell oriented, but maybe the smell could just have to do with the fact that it is vinegar and it's tipping us off to the Giza Guardians thing. So that's why this is so over the top, cheesy, like vacation music and stuff. All of this is hidden. The same thing with Mr. Squirrel. It's all kind of hidden in these like videos, so that like people don't take the video seriously. Okay, we're looking for a head that has been cut off, because this is canyon crowns, so they should be the canyon crowns. It should be heads. Maybe? I don't know what to make of that. I don't know, it just looks like a big rock, man. Oh no, we're gonna die. Mr. Squirrel. Does she say the name? Also, I'm very suspicious about Mr. Squirrel now, to be honest. Like, is he watching her? We did a little research and found out what we saw. It's called a canyongalon, or a canyon crown. It uses vinegar to shrink its huge head back into its body. My dad said the reason we went on this trip was so we could find... Oh, his sister... Okay, so this isn't Maya. Okay. Who is this? Who is this? Who made this? I think that was Maya. Oh, right. Oh, right. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. So these are the bodies. Their heads have been cut off as the crowns, and these are the bodies. Some weird significance. He always seems around. Yeah. Head off trail. I see. Okay, and those people are going to get there. Okay, this is Lauren Arnoldson. Okay. Well, this is Lauren. Nathan. Okay, so we have in 2000, Maya and Nathaniel go to visit. Not visit. They snoop around under one of the maze facilities, right? And they go down in that cave. Is where they go. And then here, we don't know actually who this is. We just know Lauren's dad. I don't think she said who it is. I don't think she gave a name at all. But she said her dad is looking for his sister, Maya. So Nathaniel could be Lauren's dad or someone entirely... No, actually someone entirely different. No, never mind. Yeah, Nathaniel... Okay, hold on. We need to then go back. Oh my gosh, there's too much to double check. Fallen Father. I think.
Ask your provider for Cologuard.
No. Okay. Oh my god. That baby just flew by on a cloud. Okay, they followed. Wait a minute. Oh, they're just saying they as a gender neutral for Mr. Squirrel. Kind of weird that they're going for Mr. Squirrel, but then they still make him he's back. Well, why did you say, what do you mean they? They follow me all the way home. Wait a minute. Ah. He's beautiful. He's stink eye. He's horny. I wonder if this is like a horned serpent reference. Because it's kind of you see the ears. Or like as like horns. Since you're gone, you'll never see this video, but I had a dream that you were still here when you were about to leave the house. And right before you left, you said, "I'm going home now." What is this even a picture of? I know your health problems made your body a prison and now you're free. But we miss you so much. I wish I hugged you more often. I love you, Dad. I hope you're happy wherever you are. So this is a video made by Lauren, and then her dad is still unknown figure. Feels like it's probably Nathaniel, but that means Maya went missing, and then Nathaniel went missing. Do we know? I don't know if we know when this video is from. I can't stop thinking about the day you left. It hurts so much to remember. The worst memories live at home with us. Those feel like meaningful lines, but I don't know what they mean. Why is it getting darker? Like it's like a shadow over. Like she went and hid. Can't believe it's been 3 days. Oh, right, okay, this is where we did get confirmation that her dad is Nathaniel. Oh, and okay, so Lauren is making these videos in 2021. Which is when... What else happened in 2021? The Suez Canal happened in 2021. Okay. Okay, so her dad is Nathaniel Arnoldson. His sister is Maya. Nathaniel and Maya had gone snooping for stuff before in 2000. So way earlier. But he was, what, 39. At the time when they were snooping under the mace factory. Okay. Okay. Eric Casanas is another person. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. The like cutesy, like woo, cute video is on blue background and everything uses white text, right? But then as soon as she's like, do cutesy, disguise. Okay. And then as soon as she's like, but forget about that. And now everything has black text. I wonder if there's anything here. Because there could easily be stuff that we can't see. Like, here. Like, there honestly could be black text here. It's been 3 days. since Nathaniel Arnoldson died. But then she flips this to Eric Casanas, who I'm not sure is real. I don't know that I remember seeing this Casanas name before. And so he's like the cover, right? Like, and then it says 3 months, right? I can't believe it's been 3 months. No, it doesn't. Didn't it say 3 months at some point in time? I just sworn somewhere it said 3 months. Maybe it was earlier here. The worst memories live at home with us. So she's running from like a memory. So is it him in some way? Okay, I don't know where I got the 3 months thing from. I thought for sure it said 3 months somewhere. Okay. What else was I gonna look at? I wanted to double check something else, I thought. No, I think that must have been it. All these others make a lot of sense to me. Oh no, Giza Guardian. Yeah, I want to see what they said about the vinegar.
Lasting a full year makes a big difference. Castrol Edge Extended Performance is engineered.
Right, this is where she talks about the statues. I feel like it's back. Here we go.
All trespassers who were maimed by the Guardians were promised a lifetime's worth of a special concoction which controlled unwanted side effects. However, since the medication's efficacy decreased over time, older victims were promised housing within the Grand Canyon to guarantee their safety and privacy from the American ambassadors to other possible applications with the head of the Department of the Interior. After numerous conferences, it was settled that segments of Giza glass would be polished into fine blades and given to a select group of Greco-Egyptian swordsmen. These unusually tall swordsmen were assigned to the Grand Canyon and guarded restricted areas from trespassers. Protected under federal law, the Grand Canyon Guardians continued to serve for decades until the last member was discontinued. All trespassers who were maimed by the Guardians were promised a lifetime's worth of a special concoction which controlled unwanted side effects. However, since the medication's efficacy decreased over time, older victims were promised housing within the Grand Canyon to guarantee their safety and privacy from the outside
Oh, so the
world,
housing isn't for the Giza Guardians. The housing is for
only
people who
under the
got their
condition
heads chopped
that
off.
they would lure known dangerous persons wanted by the federal government to the forbidden zones of the national park.
Okay, so the Giza Guardians. Well, maybe that's what we saw in some of those pictures, like the lady like leaning over the edge, right? The Giza Guardians chop off people's heads who are just around and trespass too close. And then those people are given a concoction that slows side effects, and we just are shown a bottle of vinegar. So presumably vinegar helps slow the side effects of being Giza glassed, right? And turned into a crown. And the bodies are still hanging around the canyon because like they take the heads to use for stuff, but the bodies are still alive in there. And so they use the vinegar to stop some sort of side effects that occur, but then as they get older, they still suffer worse side effects. And so they house them in the canyon for the oldest victims to provide protection and stuff for them. And in these little caves. And then the deal is that those people will lure others into deeper parts of the canyon for particularly like criminals and stuff, so that their heads can also be cut off, I guess is the deal. They claim that Project Giza Guardian was shut down in 1969, but clearly not. Yeah, yeah. The body still move. The head still move, the body still move. Like nothing, like it just separates them. There's no blood, there's no pain. The Giza glass just cuts off. That's why like the Liberty statue, the Freedom statue architect, Crawford, right? This guy. He who made the Liberty, um, he cut himself up and built himself into the statue, which is how he's able to manipulate the statue and move it. The same thing with Nina as well. And I almost wonder if that's what the Giza Guardians are, if they're not real people, because they show us
traveling solo is an adventure with unlimited data.
Bro, I don't need an ad.
Destinations.
Okay.
Greco-Egyptian swordsman.
See, they say they gave swords of Egyptian glass, or sorry, of Giza glass to these Greco-Egyptian swordsmen. And it's like, what Greco-Egyptian swordsmen are there still around in the 20th century? And why are you showing this picture of a Greco-Egyptian statue, right? Like it implies you mean old, ancient Greco-Egyptian swordsmen, but like they are around. But maybe they're animating the statue somehow. Or maybe the statues have been animated because the people of Egypt have known about Giza glass for forever. So maybe they have been doing the same thing themselves, and Thomas Crawford isn't the first person to think of putting themselves into a statue, you know? Hmm. Hmm, hmm, hmm. Hmm. Okay, hold on. And I need to...
Due to growing reluctance to reinstall the Statue
I want to
of Freedom,
review what happened
Department
to
of
the
the
Freedom
Interior has
statue.
instead transferred Freedom to an undisclosed location in the Grand Canyon and rejected all other offers to purchase her. When asked why the statue had been sent to the Grand Canyon, President Dean replied, "The rocks won't shoot her down."
Okay. Oh, because, okay, so Dean says they moved Freedom to the Grand Canyon because she was under attack when they stormed the Capitol on January 6th, 1969, maybe? I don't know. Whatever year their January 6th happened. The ADA stormed the Capitol on January 6th. What January 6th did that happen, though? Probably in Freedom Faller. Hold on. Okay, this talks about a statue. What? Oh, this is 1977? Is that what this says? Anti-Dean Association storms U.S. Capitol. Statue of Freedom is shot down by ADA gunfire. What year? Okay, there it falls. The ADA shoots down Freedom. Yeah. Oh, right, and then it, like, runs away. Oh, there it is. And it's, like, peeping at you. But what year is this? I can't really read it. It looks like 1977. But I don't know. Is Dean still president? Dean has been president for like 15 years at this point. How long can people be president? What's the New Delaware Journal? And the New Delaware Journal was created right after. Oh man. After I should have been taking notes after the Delaware Double.
However you book your car, first check
I
Kayak
wish
to
I
compare
did
hundreds
not
of
have to
travel
watch all
sites.
these
Then
ads.
do what people do. Recheck sites Kayak.
The Delaware River Journal. Oh, does this not tell us that the journal was shut down after?
And we could have no doubt that Grossman brothers as further research. Grossman claims that the imminent government far away so that no one can.
Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, the Delaware River Journal ceased operations. Oh, okay. So it probably is 1977 because it could have been before 1976 because that's when. Wait, what? December? Yeah, December 27th. So the very end of 1976. So the other one was the New Delaware Journal, which replaced the Delaware River Journal. So after the Delaware Double incident. So, no, so that must have been in 1977 because it looked like maybe 79. I guess it could have been, but I was worried it was like 60 or something like that because again, it's during Dean's presidency, and Dean's been president since like 1968 or something. I think. So maybe no, yeah, because it happened. Okay, and I also wanted to look up when the Dean disaster took place. Yeah, America's Worst TV hijacking. I just want to know the year.
During a broadcast of ABC Evening News, anchor Frank Reynolds told viewers to be prepared for tomorrow and that they would witness the start of a glorious adventure. Word spread quickly throughout the country, and civilians invited friends and family to their homes, widely presumed.
James Dean's America is hell.
So this was clearly the ADA hijacking.
But you still don't believe us. You'll hear the truth from James Dean himself.
Right, and they set off the sirens. James Dean loses his hearing.
The anti-American were aptly located near or at national monuments nearly a few weeks before being released again. Friends and family of rehabilitated anti-Deaners frequently claimed that they would have improved personalities, no recollection of their past criminal activities, and even slightly altered physical appearances.
Were they exchanged with people from other universes? Is that what they were doing to reform the anti-Deaners?
These methods were
I wondered that the first time, but that sounds even more because they took them to the monuments. And then they come back a little bit different. So it must be the same thing that happened to Virginia. Like they're bringing people here from other timelines because the people here are anti-Dean. So they send them on away and then wait for someone else to come back to the body,
and calming the terrorist that many innocent civilians were.
Okay, and then Dean.
I get it. Those who come out of these places, they look clean as a whistle. But if we send you...
And he was like, we can't send you to these places.
Then those correctional facilities lose their purpose. If we...
Because they're not sending them to a correctional facility. They're sending them... Okay. And then Maze, right? He goes to the Disney hospital.
Of the surgery inspired Dean to imagine a new government department, which would be able to oversee the mass production and distribution of quality hearing implants to the American public.
So this is the Department of Technology
that evening,
he made, right?
President Dean requested an emergency session of Congress and proposed the ambitious project.
This is in '69, I think.
I can't hear a damn thing.
Yeah.
Did you hear? Or you were near those technology devices with the Department of Health.
Oh, never mind. It's the Department of Health. Okay. I was trying to figure out when he made that department. I thought this might have something to do with the
previous to people. 10 hours
but
of
when
discussion.
was
Department
this?
had ever seen disaster. On July 4th,
I don't want to watch the
it
whole
was
video
announced
again.
that there was no incidence of severe hearing loss in the country. Awards to him and his recovery from the anti-Dean disaster as James Dean's finest hour. The president was never willing to accept responsibility.
All we did was fix some ears.
When did this happen, though?
These were organized. Televisions were closely watched with millions of unblinking eyes. No one wanted to miss what President Dean had to say. ABC Evening News ended. Television's 1969.
Okay.
After the ABC
It finally
evening of
found
May
her.
13th.
May 13th, 1969. Okay. I think it was the last thing I wanted to look up. We can resume our regularly scheduled videos. I'm going way longer than I had meant to.
We must all come together.
But I need to finish. I got so sidetracked
my name
into
is Jensen.
clearing
I'm a
up
team member at
everything.
my local Chick-fil-A.
I
The
don't
little thing
care.
you're going to love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips is
I don't care. Okay, here we go. Liberty Lurkers. I'm gonna have to watch like the end part of the VOD for this video back before I watch the next video again. Oh wait, oh, hold on. The Statue of Progress is a colossal neoclassical sculpture at the entryway of the Suez Canal in Port Said, I'm assuming, Egypt. Progress, probably not Port Said, right? It's not, maybe, I don't know. Progress was designed by Frederick Auguste Bartholdi, who later designed the Statue of Liberty. Okay, so Statue of Progress. At the entryway of the Suez Canal. Something smells really good. Like a pasta. Like a cheesy pasta. Oh man, it smells so good. I want it so bad. Following out is an excerpt from an interview with the developer of the Suez Canal. Man, it smells so much better than the food I got. So good. I'm just gonna keep breathing in cheesy pasta smell. Many cannot. Ooh, hold on. You're talking too fast, Liseps. I'm smelling pasta. Okay. Many cannot name the region where my accent is derived from. I blame my many years in diplomatic service for this. While my accent has suffered at its hands, my understanding of human nature has not. Diplomacy, not psychology, is the true study of the mind. Today, I know that there is only one genuine source of happiness. It is a source for every category of happiness. Efficiency. I do like efficiency. All happiness flows from efficiency. It is the ease of success, not the success itself, which best determines the quality of satisfaction. I mean, it's a little bit both in some ways. It was my desire for efficiency which drove me to establish the Suez Canal Company. Suez Canal does make things more efficient. Like the Colossus of antiquity, I wish to unite the trade of the East with the West. I wish to pull them together in the fraction of the time that it had taken for them to engage in the past. There is a dream I would like to share with you all, perhaps a premonition. A traveler in the distant future stands at the entrance of the Suez Canal and watches the ships drift past with rapture. The traveler realizes that they have achieved true happiness, greater than that of any human being who had stood there before, for at their feet, at their place in time, the canal will have spared our civilization a total of a million years in sailing time. Of course, we will not be there to share their realization, and the traveler will only know us as characters in the myths of their time. This is a kind of cute little story. But believe me, it will happen. Ships will be in service for hundreds of years longer, and sailors will spend less time reaching their destinations and more time in their destinations. The Suez Canal is efficient, and happiness will flow from it endlessly. I know most of the French. Thank you. I don't know all of the French. Until now, what you have heard was from a speech I wrote for the grand opening of the canal. However, I did not read this speech. You should have, it was good. I could not bring myself to lie to everyone. Oh. I did not choose to build the canal. The man beneath America ordered me to. The horned serpent? Any night, ooh, we're in bold now. He could sink into my dreams. In bold. That's it? You're done? You're not going to elaborate? That's it? Excuse you? From the Book of Ferdinand, 29:3, The Sinking Man and the Forbidden Fruit. What? Animated by the ADA. I just remembered how the Egyptians had people whacking away at the trees in the past, right? I wonder if Giza glass is effective on like if the trees like are immune to stuff because like you can't chop it down, but I wonder if you can using Giza glass. I don't know what's going on in this. Okay, it's like this the Sinking Man, right? Is what it's called. The Sinking Man, the Forbidden Fruit, yeah. Oh, he's going to the other universe. Oh, but I thought he continues falling though until he gets to the universe that was upside down. At least in Virginia's version. Oh, I mean, I guess this is upside down. Compare it, because it used to be right side up. And then he fell. Yeah, oh, it's just like, okay, it's just like Virginia's thing. Whoa, why is he so tall? Whoa, oh, no. Why is he in all of them? That can't be right. There's been a mistake. Unless he's the disintegrated guy. What if he's the amalgamation?
Welcome to the Baxter Building.
Alien life was always a foregone conclusion. We interrupt your
This is a really weird advertisement for this video. Okay, so this is Statue of Progress, which for some reason has this weird plasma thing. For years it was believed that all surviving audio recordings of the infamous 1889 Liberty Lurker interview with Friedrich August Bartholdi were fakes produced by American publicists. These publicists were known as Liberty Liars and would sell their false artifacts to American socialites. So Bartholdi gave that interview, but then everyone was like, no, those are lies. So there's different variants that merged. Maybe. Yeah, was the amalgamation people. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying is like the amalgamation, like, could have been like when they were disintegrated, they were shot through like multiple because he made like this plasma ray, but like it almost sounds similar to the light shot out from the trees when they bend over, right? So they get disintegrated, and maybe that has something to do, like it shot them through. Because the thing is, they amalgamated into one person, but if you disintegrate a whole bunch of people and combine them back together, they do not come out to be one person. unless you're missing a lot, right? Like, because you should conservation of matter, right? Like they should all still be the same amount of people, right? Like if 20 people disintegrate and then come back together, they should be a large person. If it's like 20 people disintegrate, they should be a one person 20 times big, right? Or 20 different people, maybe mixed and matched this time, but at the atomic level, but still 20 people. Like you still had that amount of matter. So maybe when they got disintegrated, some of them got pushed through other things. Be stretched out. Oh, right. People were stretched out near the trees. Exactly. Maybe that's it. And she blipped through, but they were stretched out. So maybe this is the stretched out person. But I think it might also have something to do. And that's why the white figure is like hazy, right? The white figure is like blurry because he's not actual person. He's like see-through, right? Like a ghost. And he's just the vague outline of a person. And definitely taller. He looks taller than normal people too, right? So like maybe that has something to do with uh that. And and the people from Virginia's story. That's a good point. Okay, so that's probably related to whatever this was. And I think all that's kind of coming together. Okay, and then anyway, so Bertoldi made that interview, and then people are like, and he's like, no, I did it for the one under America, and he like blabbed, and revealed the horned serpent under America or whatever, and they're like, oh no, blah blah blah, that's not true, he's just crazy, or not, they say he's crazy. People are like, oh, if you have an audio recording of that, it's not real, it's made up, they're the Liberty liars, never happened. The authenticity of one audio recording continues to be disputed. It is simply known as l'authentique Liberty Lurker. So the authentic Liberty Lurker. So this is another Bertoldi audio. The Providence, I confess, it is a heavy burden that I cannot share with the world, but I cannot keep carrying it on my shoulders alone. The most difficult part, the most painful part, the one that made my sleep go away and my hair go gray, was the construction of the pedestal. Although the statue was intended to be a gift, the U.S. ambassador regularly encouraged us to follow President Grant's request. Okay, so we do a President Grant. Okay. Interesting. So Ulysses S. Grant. We made a deal, and each month we received varying design and size requirements for the pedestal. After 4 years, requests to change the size of the structure ceased. People often ask why the pedestal is so disproportionate to the statue. All I can tell them is, ask the Americans. Oh, we saw that before. But I know why the pedestal is so massive, so tall. Ooh, tell us. I simply cannot bring myself to tell the truth. I am not strong enough. Oh, people don't like tease. The truth being that I designed an abattoir just for him. Grant told me that he used to be normal like us. He called him the Horned Serpent, or Hanadoganiers, the Devourer of Villages. It was the name given to George Washington by the Iroquois. Oh! This is no coincidence. Their damn founding father locked up in my foundation. Oh, so the Horned Serpent under America is George Washington. But what about the Delaware Double? What about the Delaware Double? That is supposed to be George Washington. But the Delaware Double wasn't found. So something, when Washington crossed the Delaware, something replaced him. And George Washington, was left in the Delaware River and wasn't found until later. Until like 1976 was when the Delaware Double incident occurred. Keep feeling grimy? Bro, this has nothing to do. This ad is so off topic. They need to stop. Okay. So, okay. George Washington cutting the cherry tree versus an apple tree is a difference in Virginia's timelines. I don't know if that's significant. Just pointing it out. Why does it have to make this noise? Can't it shut up? Shh. George Washington, be quiet. Following the release of the Liberty Liquor, Thonauts surveyed the environment beneath the Statue of Liberty's pedestal. That's like a sailor of the earth. Ctho is like a ground, like chthonic. The horned serpent is a chthonic entity, mythologically slash as an animal because it's a snake, right? So chthonic means like of the earth in general, and like autochthony, right, is people who were born from that land. Like Native Americans say they are autochthonous to the Americas, even though they're probably not, but they say they are. That's their belief, is that they've always lived here. And that they didn't migrate from anywhere, that they were created here. And that means they are autochthonous, meaning they're born from the earth. And so, because auto is like itself, and then it's like reflexive, and then chthonic means of the earth, and like Hades is a chthonic deity and stuff like that. So Ctho part is referencing chthonic, meaning of the earth or under the earth, and then the naughts, of course, is sailor, like astronaut or nautical and all that. Those were words. So this is like explorers under the earth surveyed the environment beneath the Statue of Liberty pedestal, which makes sense because they would explore the earth. And but it's interesting that they explore the earth because it's very interesting, tied to the idea of the horned serpent being under the earth, and also the things under the thing being under the US. Well, I mean, I guess anyway, it's all kind of related there. So they recorded the following video inside the horned serpent metastructure, colloquially known as Wonderland. It's all coming together. Wonderland. Interesting. Oh, here it's going to tell us. Designation derived from the Greek words for underworld and sailor. Yeah. That's what I said. That's what I said. Wonderland. The following clip may disturb. What are we censoring? May disturb viewers who are sensitive to loud noises. What could possibly be after this? May disturb something viewers. I think it's an adjective that describes viewers. Yeah, season 3's gonna. I mean, as far as I can tell, I know I'm blocking it over here in the playlist. But season 3 seems to be just one video that is 45 minutes long. So I don't know, but we do have the Nixon verse, which I'm not entirely certain what the Nixon verse is, but it's in the playlist, so has to be related. The Nixon verse might be another universe where Nixon wins over Dean. I'm assuming. It doesn't look like it's our universe, so it's not our Nixon, but it may disturb something viewers. I don't know what that word is, though. Prolonged exposure to music from the horned serpent metastructure may damage your brain. Okay, may damage your brain. How loud is this going to be? Do I need to turn the volume down? Are they, like, not going to go easy on us, or, like, what? Oh, it's not that bad. They've given us more annoying noises. Okay, but that is like Wonderland with all the trees, but it's just straight underneath the ground. Oh, I guess maybe it's just underneath the pedestal, so maybe like you can't go to it like if you just dig down from anywhere, but if you dig down like under a tree, then you can get to this place. Oh, and there's all the trees. It's just like Virginia City. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, we get it, man. Oh, was that like a little blip? Because it like flashed white there for a minute. Okay. Oh, what do you mean? I don't know why I was like, oh, I don't know what Casanos. I never saw the name Casanos. Dude, that's the name of the guy who makes the stuff. Or girl. I don't actually know. That's the person who makes the stuff. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Okay, one more video. Last video is season 2. I thought that was the last video. This is the last video. Alcatraz
But now
Apocalypse.
the best mobile network in the U.S.
I don't know who that man is. Okay. Why is this written like a Chuck Tingle title? Like the spacing, like this looks like the cover of a Chuck Tingle book. What? See, in 3D really puts it in perspective. The trees kind of look like chains. So kinda. Maybe because like they keep saying tree, but like that's like a to me they kind of have always seemed more tentacly than trees. Like it's a really weird choice to call them trees, you know? The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. President Thomas Jefferson. He really said that, huh? Wow. I don't know. He maybe said it, maybe did it. Who really knows anymore? I don't know what's real and what's not. Final upload of Dr. Disturbing. I haven't been paying attention to what things have been Dr. Disturbing. I kind of have just been like breezing by. Dr. Disturbing presents Dad's favorite things. Part 17, paintings. I don't know who Dr. Disturbing is. Like I said, I haven't paid enough attention to Dr. Disturbing. The Apotheosis of Washington. Oof. By Constantino Brumidi. So apotheosis is when someone like becomes a god. Road to Happiness by James Dean. Oh, Dean painted this. What is it? I don't know what that is. Together by Virginia Arnoldson. So that's her painting. We saw that one before. Oh. I mean, she lost a lot of people in her life, but she met a lot of people too. You know, and we all kind of go through that, really. Hope I see you soon, Dad. Why does Dr. Disturbing feel like Lauren Arnoldson? 3 days after the final upload, the remains of Lauren and Quinn Arnoldson were discovered in the Grand Canyon. So is Quinn her... Who's Quinn? Okay, her brother, that's what I thought. Because there was the one picture that had the 2 kids, the girl and the boy. So, okay, I'm assuming Quinn. And so is Quinn Arnoldson probably Dr. Disturbing? Is that it? And that's why some of these, like with the blue and the little slideshow kind of vibes, feel like it's Quinn. Or feel like it was Lauren because it's like Quinn's making the videos alongside her. And so he's talking about Nathaniel and that as because that's the only dad we saw. So yeah, we haven't seen Quinn mentioned by name, but now we know that they're siblings. So siblings were last seen riding on 2 astonishingly large balloons. What? So like the Rockefellers? The airships? Now there's no way that what they mean by astonishingly large balloons. What stuff? What freaking balloons? What? According to park officials, the balloons encountered an unexpected cross. Oh, so they're just like normal hot air balloons. Maybe. Encountered an unexpected crosswind, which caused both siblings to fall to their deaths. In the Grand Canyon, I'm sure. So, what were they looking for their dad? The last broadcast of the New Delaware Journal. Okay, so this is the New Delaware Journal. Not the Delaware River Journal. When is this? By the time you see this, I will be dead. I would like like you to know that the Anti-Device Association held me captive for years. They forced me to I don't like... Oh, hold whoa. Okay. There. That's a very silent recording as fast as you could, yeah. We're at the last episode of Monument Mythos Season 2. Well, it's coming together. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna read both of these. I'm gonna read the white text first and then go back and read the yellow text to make sure it says the same thing. So I need to go back. Did it start with hello? Yeah, okay. Hello? You hear that one? Yeah. You see, I would be dead. The Anti-Device Association held me captive for years. They forced me to read their scripts, to hand them legitimacy. You have heard me read about Lincoln Lookers and the Starry Sphinx. Those were their words in my mouth. They did not keep as close an eye on me as they should have. Whenever I visited my family, I went to my studio underground. I was able to read my own scripts through the New Delaware Journal. The feds and the association thought an Arnoldson ran the station, but I had no crew. It was a one-man operation. Only I read. Only I broadcasted. This is the last script. This is the last broadcast. 3 nights before my death, Alcatraz went stealth. It looked like it had completely disappeared while everyone was asleep, but it was still here. It was all around us. It had simply expanded, imperceptibly fast. It mimicked the surrounding environment on a subatomic level. Everyone believed that it had not spread to the East Coast yet, but it definitely did. I have just finished the last batch of tests, and I can confidently say that I am not the same person as I was 3 days ago. Alcatraz had copied us all overnight. Every particle of this country and its citizens replaced. The whole country? The United States is the ship of Theseus. Inside my skull is Alcatraz's fleshy reproduction of my brain. I remember a line from President Dean. If we send every person to prison, then what's a prison anymore? I remember that one too. If everyone became a prison, then what's a person anymore? I will not live with a copy of myself. Better to extinguish myself now than to live a lifetime as someone else's handiwork. I heard fire does the trick. Maybe I will see you in the next life. Remember me. For Everett. For Virginia. For America. Leonard W. Moreland. Wait, I didn't pay attention to that name before. We've seen Moreland before, but I didn't realize he was Leonard. Whoa! Victor Gary Death Leonard. Okay, so they thought an Arnoldson had been running the New Delaware Journal, which replaced the Delaware River Journal. And they thought... So, wait, he said he had been reading their scripts and stuff, but is that like he had been reading their stuff on a different station or something? And then on this other thing that he ran himself, and they thought that it was an Arnoldson who was running it, but it wasn't. It was Leonard because if it came as worth. Yeah, exactly. That's why I've been watching it. That's why I watched season 1 for Spooky Saturday last Saturday, and then I was like, ooh, we need to keep going for 4th of July. So maybe we'll continue watching the rest of it tomorrow. Maybe if I decide to stream tomorrow afternoon, we can watch it tomorrow. It's like it is very fitting to watch for the 4th of July. I had a feeling it was because I knew I'm like, it's American monuments and stuff. It's very American feeling. I'd only watched a couple of them like when I watched this, a little bit of it in October, right? And I watched, which ones did I watch in October again? I watched The Corner Folk. I watched Liberty Lurker, Rushmore Revenge, Lincoln Looker, I think Washington Wormhole, and Canyon Crown, I think were the ones that I had watched in October. But I like watched them out of order. I was like, which ones do I want to watch? I didn't realize they actually really should be watched in order. Because I think there are people in chat who are like, no, you can watch whichever ones. They're kind of like all isolated. They're around a theme, but you don't have to watch them. But yeah, you really do need to watch them in order. I have learned now that I've actually watched them all in order. But like from watching those, I'm like, oh, I think that would be pretty fitting for the 4th of July. And so that's exactly what I was watching it. And then watching season 2 of this, I'm like, oh wait, this is actually perfect for the 4th of July. Because there are a lot of things like that mention the 4th of July specifically. So okay, man. So this is so yeah. So it was Leonard running this stuff. They thought it was an Arnoldson because they knew the Arnoldsons were like against the wait, hold on. It was the ADA has held him captive and forced him to say stuff. Okay, but he is then against the ADA. Just like the Arnoldsons then are against the ADA as well. And then along with Dean and Roosevelt and all them are also anti-ADA. It's really interesting because like it feels like the Arnoldsons are like, well, no, because I guess like the Maze stuff, they were investigating that, and that's but the ADA seemed against Maze. And so Arnoldsons were investigating Maze, so they didn't like Maze. But Maze is opposite the ADA. Maybe there's just more than oops, I knocked my lamp. Maybe there's just more than like two sides to this conflict. I guess. So he was giving them legitimacy. So we'll have to review next time Lincoln Lookers and the Starry Sphinx again to see exactly what he's been saying. Visit went to his underground studio and he read his own scripts, the New Delaware Journal. Okay, so he has been reporting the feds and the association. Okay, so they're kind of two separate groups. Okay, the feds are one hand and the association is the other. They're not the same, but they all thought that the New Delaware Journal was run by an Arnoldson because obviously it's from the camp of the Arnoldson, someone who is on the Arnoldson side who is against, not against, but kind of transgressive to both of these things. And it wasn't an Arnoldson, it was Leonard. However, Leonard is like it is tied to Virginia. I'm still not entirely certain. Oh, no, because the timeline that Virginia got pregnant in is probably this one. It's this universe, the Dean universe where Virginia got pregnant. So Leonard is someone from this universe. Okay. Then everyone was replaced. Don't exactly know what that means. Victory or death? Fauna A will receive data. He will convey it to you in a theatrical manner. He will arrive in your world after our apocalypse. 2/22/22 in ours. 10/1/16 in yours. Oh, okay. So he'll come in theirs February 22nd, which is after Alcatraz apocalypse. But he'll show up in ours in 2016, which is before the Alcatraz apocalypse. He will convey the data in a theatrical manner. Or that makes people use memory, yeah. There's like a lot. I didn't quite realize all the details were so important, so now I'm like, oh crap, I didn't like approach this like I was playing blueprints, and I'm realizing I should have been taking notes this whole time. I like realized that a few videos ago, and I'm like, oh crap. Wait a minute. My bad. So, luckily I have VODs, so all of my conclusions and things are recorded in the VOD, so I can at least watch the VOD back and take notes in retrospect. And I don't have to refigure out the conclusions. I can just listen to myself be making the conclusions, and it'll all work out. Okay. Which is why I probably won't stream this stuff tomorrow, but actually, even though it would fit, but After a brief investigation, authorities concluded that Leonard W. Moreland experienced a violent psychotic break before committing self-immolation. He's more brainpower understanding analog horror than he did with school. 3. The Angel's Ultimatum. Until you start noticing details you missed. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff. I guess if I rewatched back, I would notice a lot of things. I feel like a lot of the stuff I caught already. There's probably still stuff I've missed, but I feel like I've caught a lot. The advocates were deranged. They are all ashes now. We will never be weapons again. Leave us alone or join the ash pile. Deranged. They're all ashes now. Never weapons again. Oh, okay. The advocates were deranged. Okay, so this is okay. So, like Moreland, Leonard, he's an advocate. What does that mean, though? After a 2-decade search, the angel was located in Babylon Forest. That's the disintegrated amalgam, man. I'm assuming. Part 4. Operation Thunderbird, Department of Technology Animation. I'm kind of getting confused about these departments, not gonna lie. Is this the same department that was the tech boost in 69 that Dean established? Probably not. I think that was just technology. I don't know if technology animation. Operation Thunderbird. What they doing? Oh, hey, it's Liberty. Or sorry, Freedom. That's what we're calling it. It's Freedom. At the Grand Canyon, 2 androids, Lure of Freedom. Hi, Freedom. Thomas, Nina. The captive false children react to her presence. Captive false children react to her presence. Energy from the false children reacts with an IP invisible particle cloud known as Giza gas. Okay. X-Wing Warrior collects the container. Are those androids the false children? And then something happened. The warrior transmutes Freedom to Babylon Forest, okay? The controlled decay of the container allows Freedom to exit after touchdown. Why did Freedom kill that tree? Just random? You learn more about what monuments we have, as some of them you didn't even know were considered as one. I mean, some aren't. Like Alcatraz isn't really a monument. Mutual shore destruction. So wait, why? I wonder why the amalgam hates. Well, the amalgam's working for the ADA, and Freedom isn't working for the ADA because the ADA, when they stormed the Capitol, shot down Freedom. So, but I don't understand because it's like the Horned Serpent is what the ADA is against, and the Horned Serpent doesn't really seem to be for Freedom, but maybe it is because I don't know what the Horned Serpent is really doing to like oppress people, but it's when you're wondering about Alcatraz, yeah. That's not a monument. It is in this for the purposes of of this video series, I suppose. But and I mean they might have a like a memorial on Alcatraz, but and it's a museum now, but I don't think it counts as like a monument. Okay, I'm still not entirely certain how they made this container. So they trapped the children. Or they brought the children to the lure of Freedom for some reason. Energy from the false children reacts with an IPC invisible particle. I don't understand what the false children are. Just energy from, what does that mean, energy from them? Like, the captive false children react to her presence. Why? They better have the Alamo here. Because there are definitely more monuments than like they have. I mean, in DC alone, right? Like there's the Korean Memorial, the Vietnam Memorial, the World War II Memorial. X-wing warrior collects a container. Okay, wait, but how? So it makes a container, right? What? They're not. It reacts with particle cloud known as Giza gas. I'm not sure about this part, man. I don't know what just happened here. I don't know where Giza gas comes from. Like if we're talking about Giza glass, if it's related to that, is it because of the sword that Freedom has? And then the energy, but I don't know why that would make sense. Like what is it? And then the trees clearly had something to do with it, but it didn't even mention the trees. DC is scared, yeah. Yeah, Giza glass, and now we have Giza gas. Yeah, I have no idea where we're getting, and I don't know who the false children are, though they have mentioned the false children before, so that could be my fault. But for not remembering what the false children, but they just specifically said they're like androids. It's clear that these are the false children. An energy from them reacts with an invisible particle cloud called Giza gas. The fact that it's called Giza gas makes me think it has something to do with Giza glass. Maybe. But I guess it doesn't have to. Unless Giza gas is a byproduct of the glass. Maybe it emits it like maybe. That's what I was kind of thinking. But like it could also have something to do. Maybe it's just called Giza gas because these trees, there were so many of them at Giza that it could just be called Giza gas because the trees emitted the gas in general and it was named from the trees in Giza. But because I don't know what the trees have to do with it. Like, what are the trees there for? Like, because clearly they're doing their little like thing, and it has and the children. But why are the children, the false children, emitting energy? Like, do they just send out any old energy? They're programmed to send energy, and then that energy for some reason interacts with Giza gas, which either has to do with the trees or with the sword. And then this little shield, this little container is created, but I'm not sure why the container is created. Like what? Why did that happen? Like what? I don't understand. How did energy from these guys somehow combine with some gas to create this? Like it feels like it has to be from the trees because why else are the trees here, right? Like they lured Freedom in because they wanted to capture Freedom. So it shouldn't necessarily have to do with Freedom's sword. It probably has to do with the trees or else there's no purpose of the trees. But then unless the trees are the false children. The false children I think are the androids, unless they're the trees. I am not really sure. And then there's the thing that gets made. I don't know. I don't understand how that happened. Okay, and then it gets here. Freedom runs around. For some reason, whatever container was made, is immune to Giza glass. Which seems like not much is. So it must be immune to Giza glass. Because Freedom couldn't break out. Okay. Then Freedom finds our little amalgam guy. The angel. And they attack each other. we had the kids that either got replaced like by the trees like Virginia. But they didn't get replaced by trees, is the thing. They got replaced by other versions of themselves. Right, Virginia, like there's always a body hanging around or something. But like no one's ever there's never been any exchange between a person and the trees. So I'm not really sure why they would be called false children. Mutual assured destruction. Okay, part 5. The following may disturb post-implant viewers who are sensitive to post-implant. This is referring to the implants, the hearing aid implants that people got after the Dean disaster. Okay. I just accidentally flicked some soda somewhere and I'm not sure where the soda went. I want to like wipe it off wherever it went. Like wiggled the drink and it flew from the straw. Oh well, it's probably fine. I don't think it's on my computer, and I guess that's what really matters, huh? Okay, what's happening? There's a moon. Oh, that's what's happening. Or was that... what? Was that the Earth? Is this the angel fighting freedom? What? Oh, it's a tree. I thought it was the horned serpent. Right, hatching, as the ADA said. But maybe it's... what is going on? Hurts my eyes, man. So this kind of looks like the amalgam, or the amalgamation. The angel, as they call them. Kind of is like the same, like, white little spindly bits that we saw, but... it also looks kind of like the trees once we saw what was underneath, Statue of Liberty. Under the pedestal. How much longer? It's like a bunch of universes. Kind of like multiverse vibes. Right? Like each of these branches is like a universe. A new branch of reality. Survivors of the Great Division are known as corner folk. Oh. I was wondering when the corner folk were going to come back into it. Okay. Okay. So, the Great Division is when the angel battled freedom and it blew up the world, divided everything, and that's the Great Division. But now those people have kind of been blown off of their timeline and they can travel from timeline to timeline, from like across a corner where the timelines intersect. They can blip. But who did that? I don't want an ad. Oh my god. I just wanted to look at something, man. Okay. Oh, so they were looking for the angel. A 2-decade search. So probably after 2003, after the fallen angel thing. So, and I don't think they mean nearly a 2-decade because it said something about they were sending someone after their Alcatraz thing, right? After their apocalypse, they were sending someone. Yeah. No, that's not where I said that. Okay, this is the angels. Oh, this was the angel set. Okay, the advocates were deranged. They're all ashes now. Will never be weapons again. Oh, right. Okay, because that makes sense because the angels were used as weapons. Okay, got it. Or the angel was used as weapons, right? Okay. And Leonard. And then okay, this wraps up Lauren and Quinn, and then Leonard, and then found and then Operation Thunderbird. Where was it that it told us that they're from? Okay, I don't really know where it said that this. Oh, this is what I'm looking for. Duh. Okay, after their apocalypse, Planet A receive data. He will convey it to you in a theatrical manner. So, oh, is he a corner folk? Maybe. Planet A is a corner folk because anyone who survived the apocalypse is a corner folk. Switch broke for a second. Wouldn't let you say anything. Oh, I see. It suffered the apocalypse. Um. Okay. Yeah. No. So apocalypse is what happened. Or how did you went after our apocalypse? Okay. So Cthulhu A is a corner folk who is jumping from their world to our world. Um. Oh, and it makes sense why the dates don't match. I don't know if they usually did when you were like blipping through the trees. I mean, it feels like they did because we went from one Rockefeller to another. So, well, I guess not always because, well, but Virginia spent a lot of other time dabbling in other things. So that's maybe why she ended up, well, I mean, I guess she already dabbled though, but like she said she fell for a long time. So maybe that took up time. She said she fell for 500 years or something. So, like, whatever. So, no wonder she only ended up in 2003. But, we're trying to ask was the angel fought freedom, blew everything up, then people got powers to blip. Yeah, if they survived, they got the power to blip because they were like dislodged from their timeline anyway, and so then they could like skip through, and because like our little vision over here of like this, right? Not this. This feels very much like the corner of like look at all the corners. Bloop, 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 right? It can like bloop on through any corner because they're like in these like little jagged little things kind of, right? And so and they're kind of already displaced or something. Something like that. And so anyone who survived, and apparently that apocalypse was in 2022. Yeah, 2022. 22222. And then showed up on October 1st, 2016. Boy, October 1st, 2016. That was like 1 month away from when Trump became president. In their timeline, it was Hillary Clinton. How about that? Donna A didn't do a good job, apparently. Or maybe it's just saying that if Hillary, well, I guess it's not like if Hillary won, then it would have been the apocalypse like in theirs. Like that's not necessarily the case because we had a completely different history. They had James Dean, they had Rockefeller, they had so many other presidents we didn't have. So uh it's yeah. It shows up in hours in 2016. And he is one of the corner folk. Okay. And we finished up. I mean, I guess we didn't really finish. I mean, I guess we kind of finished Virginia's storyline and Nathaniel and Maya and Quinn, who is Doctor Disturbing, and Uh, and then we got the Leonard Moreland thing, which I didn't even put together, so I'm glad that they did. But we also finished up we got the Delaware River Journal and the New Delaware Journal situated and squared away with what was going on with that kind of. I wasn't paying enough attention to what Leonard Moreland was saying, like as far as like standard news broadcasts compared to what he was saying through the New Delaware Journal. I wasn't noticing that, so I didn't really get that he was running the New Delaware Journal undercover, but then like officially making news broadcasts um, with scripts handed to him by the ADA. Like I didn't realize any of that, so I feel like I need to kind of go back and rewatch. Although I don't know if I want to go back and rewatch. Like I said, I want to have has um has film theory react to this? Yes. GT Live has reacted to this. Okay, okay. So I do want to watch. Maybe I'll just watch it on stream next time. Is I want to see um I want to see. Oh, okay. It's a web. Okay, so the series is created by Eve Casanas. Okay, and so Alex Casanas is they're still using their last name, but using a different first name. Okay, okay, that makes sense. Sorry, I just saw that at the top of the Wikipedia listing. Okay, but so there are GT Live episodes of Monument Mythos, so maybe we'll watch that. There's also looks to be a film theory video about it. Maybe? Or is this just a separate thing? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But I want to watch their reaction to it. Maybe that them watching it might maybe I'll catch the stuff that I'm missing now, like Leonard's situation, because I completely missed Leonard. I didn't realize Leonard was important. Anytime I had seen him reporting, I remember his name, but I didn't. I remembered the Moreland name, but the Leonard bit kind of like whoop, right over my head. So, and then of course when I mentioned it here, I'm like, wait, Leonard, right? The Leonard. Okay. But I don't think I don't know how often we saw him mentioned, and if he had been mentioned after Virginia, or if I was supposed to see him mentioned in Virginia's story and be like, oh yeah, and then like catch that. Um, he would have gone with Virginia though, and like Virginia was like 18, and then she was like probably around 30 by the time she saw him almost. So like it would have been like 1951. So he would have been, and he could have still been younger himself by then too. Because she's like 30, he's probably around 30. So he would have been really old by the time this happened. But I don't know when the last broadcast. It didn't say when the last broadcast of the New Delaware Journal was. Wait. Yeah, it doesn't give a date. So but this is part of that broadcast though, isn't it? Yeah, victory or death. Okay. And then Leonard says this. So this is information that who is Leonard even talking to? Actors. Like, who is this even directed to now that I'm thinking about it? Huh. Who? Huh. Okay. I need to think on it later. It is after midnight, and I've been streaming like for 3 hours longer than I intended to. So my brain is tired. I need to stop. I need to. I need to go back to here. We're done. We're done for today. It's very late. Yeah. I just I just saw a mystery and clues, and the clues were clicking, and I I had to finish. Um I had to put the pieces together. You can't give me a little mystery, a little bit of clues, a little bit of low-hanging lore fruit and not expect me to take it, you know? So gonna have nightmares of reading text. So dinner yet? Oh no, you're invested in the story. Well, you actually have to eat dinner, man. It's terrifying. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I might stream tomorrow afternoon, depending on how like sad and bored and kind of like lonely I get the 4th of July when everyone else is out having fun and I'm like, oh man, I'm so sad because I'm by myself and I'm all alone in my apartment. And then like if I feel sad, then I might stream. But your midnight meal will be glorious. Good, good. Um, but yeah. So I'm like I said, might stream tomorrow. It'll maybe tomorrow morning, probably by the afternoon, probably not in the morning because I think I have other stuff I want to do in the morning. But if I do stream, it'll be the afternoon. Not a high chance, but maybe like 20 to 40% chance. Um, but definitely Saturday evening, Spooky Saturday, Indie Horror Bingo. We're gonna be bringing that back, and because it's been I think like I said a couple months I think since I've done Indie Horror Bingo, so we're gonna do Indie Horror Bingo again. I'm gonna grab a bunch of little indie games, and we'll see. And yeah, Sunday probably more date everything. If I stream tomorrow, it'll probably be date everything as well. Or uh maybe if I'm feeling it, I might look up like summer 4th of July relate like not exactly 4th of July, but relate like close to 4th of July. 4th of July like season um old newspaper bingo maybe, but also might just do date everything if I stream tomorrow. Date everything probably on Sunday because I don't think the Sims stuff is going to be ready by then. But then sometimes next week, ideally, I would like to start the Sims Ultimate Decades Challenge. I did one stream of that like a year and a half ago, but I didn't like it was just literally one stream. And so I think I want to start fresh because that was such a long time ago. I just kind of want to start from scratch, especially because like I don't know if I have all the same mods and like I just everything's gonna be different. I don't even know if I can get that save back after a bunch of weird stuff with Sims updates, kind of destroying save files and characters and things like that. So we're gonna start fresh with a brand new Ultimate Decades challenge, and I want to do that sometime next week, but I'm not really sure. Not entirely sure when that'll be. Either next week or the following week, but for 2 week hearing people play fireworks and firecrackers. Yeah, I don't think normally I used to hear that a lot in my old neighborhood of LA, but I don't really hear that. And honestly, it hasn't been a whole lot the past couple years. Like around the pandemic and a couple years after, I heard a lot. All the time, honestly, not even just around the 4th of July. Um but even the past couple years there I didn't. And then here I haven't really heard anything. Like the entire year I've lived here, almost a year, that I've lived in this neighborhood. So I'm honestly not even sure what's gonna happen tomorrow, firecracker wise. Like I do want to sit outside in the evening and see like, what happens. If I can see any fireworks from my balcony or like anything. Um, we'll see. I'm very intrigued if because like in my last apartment, I had like really good views of a bunch of fireworks people set off like in the streets and stuff. Um, but here I don't have the highest of hopes, to be honest. But maybe like, they'll kind of you never know. You never know. But it's a kind of relatively kind of quieter like neighborhood sort of compared to where I was before. So I can kind of see how maybe there won't be a lot, but like I said, you never know. You never know. So we'll see. We'll see. I'll just sit outside tomorrow evening and see what I see. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Uh, and like I said, Spooky Saturday is next for sure. Maybe stream tomorrow. Maybe. But definitely Spooky Saturday on Saturday. So in the meantime, have a good night, guys. Or a good day if anyone's watching this somewhere else. And you can subscribe to my YouTube. I'm slowly catching up on the VODs on my YouTube, so you can subscribe to my YouTube if you want to catch up any VODs. Any VODs that aren't on YouTube or recent VODs that aren't on YouTube are here on Twitch, so you can catch up with them here. And then you can follow me on Twitter, Blue Sky, Instagram, and TikTok, and join the Discord and all that sort of stuff. And I'll be back here on Saturday for Spooky Saturday Indie Horror Bingo Night. Yeah, thanks for a fun stream, guys. I'm really enjoying Monument Mythos way more than I thought I would when I first watched a couple of videos last October. I didn't really get it, but now I do. It's really fun. And I'm having a blast. So thanks for a fun stream, guys. And yeah, I'll be back on Saturday. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.